Hello and welcome to the Eduonix Angular 2 course. My name is Brad Traversy and I'll be your instructor through the course. So I just want to go through a quick introduction of what we'll be doing here. So this course will be focusing on all the core fundamentals of Angular 2, which is a full JavaScript framework for building web applications. So this course will include slides, examples, as well as a complete project at the end. So here's the structure of the course. We have 6 sections, and each section will have anywhere between 4 and 7 lectures. Each lecture will have between 1 and 2 videos, and also any documents and or program files that were included in that lecture. And there will also be 1 quiz offered in each section. So what you should know before taking this course. So you should definitely know some HTML. You should know a little bit of JavaScript. TypeScript, not so much. It's okay if you don't even know what TypeScript is. It's basically JavaScript with some extra bells and whistles, and we'll talk about that as we go on. Now, if you know Angular 1, it will help you, but it's not required, and it's not required because Angular 2 is so much different than Angular 1 that if you don't know either one, it's not going to help you for us to explain Angular 1 to you as far as scopes and controllers, and that stuff's not even in Angular 2 anymore. Programming fundamentals like conditionals, arrays, functions, stuff like that will obviously help you as well. So here are some of the technology concepts and just different things that we'll be talking about throughout the course. Obviously, Angular 2 is based on components, so we'll be learning a lot about components, directives, we'll get to that later on, services, pipes, the HTTP module for interacting with other web servers, data binding, Firebase, which is a NoSQL database that we'll be using in our project, events, observables is a big one, allowing us to work with asynchronous data, also promises, and then UI design. Okay, so these are the main things we'll be focusing on. Obviously, there will be some other stuff as well, but these are the big ones. So here's a quick overview of the sections. Section 1, getting started with Angular. I'll introduce Angular 2 to you and just talk about some of the basics and fundamentals. Section 2 will be all about components. What are they? How do we create them? Section 3 will be about templates, events, and services. Section 4 will be on forms and user interaction, piping, and also the router. And Section 5 will be on observables and asynchronous data, how to get data from another JSON API, stuff like that. And then Section 6, we'll put it all together and we're going to build a client manager application. Alright, so that's it. Hopefully you will learn a lot from this course, and let's get started. Alright, so this is the first section. This is an introduction to getting started with Angular. So the topics that we'll be covering is what is Angular. We'll talk about what it is, what it isn't. We'll compare Angular 1 to Angular 2 just a little bit. I'm not going to really dive into the syntax from Angular 1 because for those of you that have never worked with Angular 1, that'll just confuse you. Alright, so we'll do a little bit of comparison. We're also going to set up our environment, so we're going to install Node.js, NPM, and Git. And then I'm also going to introduce you to the Quick Start package, which is the official way to get an Angular app up and running really quickly. So here are the lectures in this section. We have the introduction, which you're watching now. Lecture 2 will be what is Angular. 3 will be what's new in Angular 2. This is where we'll do a little bit of comparison. Our environment in Lecture 4 will install Node, NPM, and Git. And then in Lecture 5, we'll download and install and run the Quick Start. Okay, so that's it. Let's go ahead and get started. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is talk about what Angular is and what it isn't. Okay, so Angular is a structural client-side framework for dynamic web applications. And it's often referred to as what HTML would be like if it was actually created for dynamic web applications as opposed to static markup. So it actually extends HTML syntax to express your application's components clearly, and also offer things like data binding, dependency injection, and it also eliminates much of the code you would otherwise have to write. It's often used to build SPAs, or single page applications, which we'll talk about in a second, and also grouping code into components. Okay, and there's a lot of reasons you'd want to do that, to keep everything encapsulated, to reuse code, and so on. So what Angular is not. It's not a server-side framework, okay? So it's not something like Node.js. It's not really comparable to that, although you can use it with Node.js and with server-side applications, but itself runs on the client. It's not a JavaScript library, so things like jQuery, React, MooTools, these are JavaScript libraries, which are a different animal than Angular is. It's not an architecture or a design pattern, although it can use MVC and MVVM, which is Model View Controller and Model View View Model. It's not an actual design pattern like, say, Flux. It's also not a platform like .NET or Java, and it's not any kind of plugin or add-on or extension. Okay, so often Angular is used to build single-page apps, or SPAs. And these are web apps that load a single HTML page and then dynamically update the page as the user interacts with the application. Okay, so this gives the user a more fluid experience, and certain parts of the application or certain areas are updated, but the full page is not reloaded. So if you've ever had experience with Ajax, where things kind of happen behind the scenes without having to reload the page, that's an example of a single page app. Okay, so structuring apps with components. Components are very popular within the JavaScript frameworks and libraries, and they basically divide the responsibilities of the application. So you may have a list component in the sidebar, you may have a navigation component or a main component, and this also promotes the reuse of code, and that could be within the same application or even with a different application, which obviously speed things up and just makes things better overall. They're easy to read and share with other developers. Okay, so if you're working with multiple people on one project, you can assign a certain component to one developer and then another to another developer, and it just makes things easier when you have multiple people working on the same thing. Angular 2 makes better use of components than Angular 1, and we'll see that as we go along. So why would you use Angular? Well, there's a lot of reasons why you would. Here's some of them. So speed and performance is a big one, and Angular 2 is actually much faster than Angular 1 and uses things like really fast change detection and view caching. Okay, it's also pretty simple and expressive. And once you get over the initial vocabulary, because there's some things like directives and two-way data binding, and Angular has its own vocabulary, but once you get over that, it's actually very simple and easy to write syntax. Alright, it's also cross-platform, so you can use Angular to build web applications, mobile applications, both Android and iOS, and even desktop apps. So it's also very flexible. It uses a comprehensive routing system, which in Angular 2 is now different than Angular 1. Makes it a little more flexible in that aspect. Two-way data binding is also a really good reason to use Angular. Okay, we can easily bind data to and from the views from our controllers. And then also dynamic templating. Okay, so we can use HTML as our view engine and just simply bind data from the controller or the component. So Angular saves us from a couple things. So registering callbacks. So we don't have to register any callbacks. That clutters your code and it vastly reduces the amount of JavaScript that we have to write. Okay, we also don't really have to worry too much about manipulating the DOM programmatically. And the reason we don't really have to do this is because we can declaratively describe how the UI should change as the application state changes. So there's not too much low-level DOM manipulation that we have to do. Marshalling data to and from the UI. So mapping data from the server to an HTML form, allowing users to modify the form, validating the form. Angular eliminates the need to have a lot of boilerplate code, leaving us to work on the functionality of our application. And then initialization code. So there's a lot of frameworks out there where you have to just write a lot of JavaScript code just to have like a hello world application or something very, very simple. And using Angular reduces the need to have all this initialization code and really focus on what your application actually does. Alright, so let's take a quick look at some of the Angular vocabulary terms. I'm not going to go over all of these now, but these are things that we're going to work on throughout the course. Okay, so templates, you probably know what that is. It's basically a view. It's HTML code with expressions, dynamic expressions inside of it. Directives are basically like custom HTML tags and attributes that we can use. Models, scope. Scope is something that we're going to dive into. Basically is used for data binding and some other stuff. Components, filters, okay, so we can have search bars that interact with certain components or elements. Views, data binding, okay, we can use two-way data binding. There's controllers, dependency injection, which allows us to use things like services and factories. Injectors, modules, and services are used to, for instance, interact with some kind of third-party API or something like that. Okay, so I know that's a pretty brief look at all of these things, but we'll get into more of it as we go along. All right, so that's it for our overview of Angular. In the next video, we'll talk about what's different in Angular 2 as opposed to Angular 1. Hey guys, in this video we're going to talk about what's new in Angular 2. Okay, now it's really important to understand that Angular 2 is much different than Angular 1. Even if you know Angular 1 front to back, there's still quite a bit of work you'll have to do to fully understand Angular 2. Okay, in 2014, the Angular team decided to drastically change the Angular framework. Like I said, if you know Angular 1, there's still many more things to learn. Things have been changed, added, and removed. All right, and in this course, we won't be looking at Angular 1 in depth. We might do a little bit of comparison, but we're going to focus on Angular 2 mostly because I want to reduce any confusion between Angular 1 and 2 for the people that haven't learned Angular 1 yet. Okay, so what is gained in Angular 2? Obviously, the team saw some things that could be better. So the biggest difference here is the use of components. Code is more readable and it's reusable from within the same application as well as across applications. Also, it's a little bit easier to learn. It's a reduced learning curve. Of course, performance enhancements is a big one. It's a lot faster in a lot of different ways than Angular 1 was. The support of ES6, which is JavaScript 6, or ES 2015, and even support for ES7. Okay, better mobile support, and also the option to use Flux, which is a design architecture we'll talk about, and RxJS, which is reactive extensions for JavaScript, which lets us use things like observables and the ability to subscribe to actions and things like that. Okay, so controllers and scope are completely gone from Angular 1, and if you know Angular 1, those were two pretty key things in the framework. So controllers have been removed, and this was to make way for components. All right, so now we have everything encapsulated in a component, as opposed to passing scope around between controllers and views. Okay, there's been a big change in data flow as well. All right, so two-way data binding isn't used as much as it was in Angular 1, and that's due to one-way data binding from the component to the UI, and then also one-way data binding from the UI to the component using events. All right, two-way data binding is still available, but it's not needed as much. Okay, we still have ng model, but it's used in a different way and used less. And obviously we'll be taking an in-depth look at this stuff. So templates are very similar to Angular 1 in terms of syntax. There are some changes that were made to make things a bit more clear. There's also some new built-in directives that we'll be taking a look at. So now we have something called a life cycle, and components go through various stages called the life cycle process. And if you're familiar with React.js, this is very similar to the life cycles when rendering a React component. All right, these run when the app starts, when components are ran, created, or destroyed. And like I said, similar to React.js. Okay, I'm not going to go over all of these, but these are some of the lifecycle hooks that we can tap into and add some functionality to. Okay, so ng on init obviously is on when it's initialized, on destroy for when it's destroyed, do check, ng on changes, ng after content init, after content checked, after the view is initialized, and after the view's checked. Okay, and we'll go into these more in depth later on. So there is a significant update to ECMAScript 6 or ES 2015, and the use of ES6 was a huge reason for Angular 2. All right, and we'll go over this later on, but some of the main aspects that that are utilized are classes, arrow functions, enhanced objects, modules, and there's much more as well. So TypeScript is now the main language of Angular 2, and basically it's just a dialect of JavaScript with design time support for type safety and tooling. It adds static typing and class-based object-oriented programming to JavaScript. All right, so we can now define our variables or functions or expressions as a string or a number or a Boolean. Okay, they need to be transpiled into JavaScript using the TSC compiler, which is actually written in TypeScript. And it uses a configuration file called tsconfig.json, which we'll look into later on. All right, so we'll be using something called the Angular 2 Quick Start, which includes all of this stuff as a dependency, and we can simply run npm install, and it'll get everything set up for us, the compiler, and we can run a development server in watch mode. So we'll get into all this stuff. Okay, here's a quick example of TypeScript. I don't want to go too far into it, but you'll see on the left here, we're using TypeScript. We're using a class. We have our different properties and methods, and you can see we're typecasting them as a string. We're using let down here, which is ES6 standard for variables. And then on this side, you can see the equivalent in just ES5 JavaScript. So this is using prototypes, and this just looks a lot cleaner. All right, so we'll get into TypeScript later on. There's also support for Flux, which is an application architecture with unidirectional data flow. So this can be used like as an alternative to MVC, Model View Controller. And there's four main parts of Flux. That's views, which takes care of the UI, what the user sees. There's stores, which takes care of the data aspect of it. Dispatcher, which is a registry of callbacks. And then actions, which are just that. They're actions that do something, whether it's fetching data or handling an event, whatever it may be. Okay. There's also RxJS support, which is reactive extensions for JavaScript. And this is a set of libraries that's used to compose asynchronous and event-based programs using observable collections. Okay, observer objects are used to subscribe to specific data streams. And this helps us move more towards a reactive architecture, making it more event-driven, resilient, and responsive. Alright, so we'll be using the Quick Start application, which is what's recommended. If you go to the official Angular site, it'll point you to that. It's a starting point for building Angular 2 applications. It includes the root app component, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and also the bootstrap function to get everything up and going. Alright, and it uses dependencies like TypeScript, Light Server, and System.js, which handles our modules. And we can run it with a simple npm install and then npm start. Okay, so those are the main differences and the main features of Angular 2. In the next video, we're going to start to get our environment set up. We need to install Node.js so we have access to npm and some other things as well. Alright, so I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so before we jump in and we start writing code, there's a couple things we need to do to set up our environment. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is install Node.js. Node.js is a JavaScript runtime and also comes with NPM, which is Node Packaged Modules, which allow us to install things on our system, install dependencies that we need to run Angular 2. Alright, so we're going to get that set up. The next couple things are optional, but I would recommend them. Okay, so this one here, we're going to install Git, which is a version control system. Now, we're not really going to use Git through the course, but it comes with a command line tool called Git Bash that is really nice, that I like to use when I'm in Windows. It basically is a Windows command line, but also gives you some additional Unix tools to work with. Alright, so we're going to get that installed. And then for our code editor, we're going to be using Atom. Okay, I like Atom because it's really simple, but it also has a lot of features. And most of all, I like using it with Angular 2 because it has a really nice TypeScript plugin, okay, which is right here, which we're going to go ahead and install. Alright, so let's start with Node.js. We're going to get that installed. I'm going to click the stable button here, and we're going to just download that. Alright, so let's open that up. Okay, so this is just a standard Windows installer. We're just going to go through it real quick. I'm going to leave the default options. Alright, so that should be all set. We'll click Finish. Now let's install the Git tool. So I'm going to click this button down here. Alright, let's go ahead and run that. Okay, so this is also just another Windows installer. We're going to go through it. Now when you get to this option here, I'm going to choose this last option because this gives us some optional Unix tools. So we're going to go ahead and click that, and then the rest of them we can just leave as default. Alright, so that should be all set. Now we're going to install Atom. Just click the big download button. I think I already have it. Yeah, I already have it right here, so we're going to run that. Alright, so Atom is now installed and running. Now, if you go to packages, you can see all the different packages that are installed. And I actually have TypeScript already, and I think that's because I've already had it installed. I did uninstall Atom, but it looks like that's stuck around. So you may not have this. If not, then what you want to do is go to File and then Settings. Click on Packages, and you can search for TypeScript, and this should come up, Atom TypeScript, and then you just want to click Install, and then just restart your editor, and you should have that all set up. Alright, now I'm going to close that up, and just to verify that we have Node and Git installed, what we can do is if we go to, let's say, the projects folder here, and you want to right click on something, on a folder where you want to open the command line, you can say git bash here, and that will take you right to that folder, which is pretty nice. And of course you can just open it. Let's go ahead and search for it. We'll say git, and you should have this git bash icon, and we can go ahead and run that. Okay, now to verify that Node and NPM are installed, we can say node v. Okay, that gives you the version number. Same thing, we can do npm, which comes with Node, and you can see we have that installed as well. So our environment is now all set up. In the next video, we'll start to work with Angular, and I will introduce you to the Quick Start. Alright, so I'll see you in the next video. So there's a few different ways that we can start to create an Angular 2 application, and if you go to the Angular.io website, the suggested method is to use the Quick Start package. So in this video, I'm going to just go over what that includes, and then after that, we will go ahead and set it up and install it and take a look. Alright, so the Quick Start package gives us everything we need to start writing Angular 2 applications, all wrapped up in a package and ready to go. Alright, so it includes Angular 2 and all of the needed dependencies that are inside a package.json file. So a package.json file is just a manifest of things like the application name, the version, the author, and then a list of dependencies which we can use npm to install. So, like I said, the package.json file is included. It also includes config files for TypeScript and typings, which is a definition manager for TypeScript. It comes with the root app component. Okay, remember a couple videos back we said that it has a root app component, and then every other component stems from that. It also comes with the bootstrap function and a main.ts file, which kind of imports everything into one entry file. It also comes with a style.css and the main index.html file with all of the includes there. Okay, so all of the dependencies are listed here. If we open the package.json file, this is what we see under dependencies. Of course, we have Angular 2, we have System.js, which is a module loader, an ES6 shim, which provides compatibility for ES6 in all the browsers, Reflect Metadata, RxJS, which is reactive extensions, Zone.js, a package called Concurrently, Light Server, which gives us a dev server, TypeScript, and typings. Okay, so those are the dependencies. So let's go through some of the major dependencies just to let you know what it is. I'm not going to go in depth on every single dependency, but System.js is a universal module loader. It can load ES6 modules, which is what we'll be using, but it can also load CommonJS, which is the require syntax, AMD and global scripts in the browser, and in Node.js. Okay, and this also works with Babel and Tracer. So right here you can see an example of an ES6 module import. Okay, so whenever you want to use a module, it has to be exported in that file and then imported like this. Okay, the ES6 shim is, like I said, it's going to provide us compatibility to legacy JavaScript engines and make them behave as close as possible to ES6 or ES 2015. TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript that compiles to JavaScript, and most of the time Angular 2 apps are written in TypeScript. It's not needed, but it is recommended. Okay, it makes things a lot easier, and that's what we'll be doing through this course. And then typings is just a definition manager of types for TypeScript. It's a simple way to manage and install the definitions, and it also comes with a typings.json file for configuration. Light server is a development-only node server. So this is what we'll be using for development. And it also includes a watch option for live reload. That means when we update the file and save it, it's going to be automatically reloaded in the browser. And then we have something called browser sync, which is used to serve static content, detect changes, and also refresh the browser and other tasks. Light server is a simple customized wrapper around browser sync and makes it really easy to work with single page applications. So here are some of the commands that we can use. npm start is probably the only one that we'll be using because that runs the compiler and it runs the server at the same time. And it also runs them in watch mode so that we have live reload. Okay, but if you want to run just the TypeScript compiler, you can use npm run tsc. You can add a W on that to run it in watch mode. You can run just the light server, typings, and then also post install, which is called by npm automatically after it successfully completes package installations. So those are the commands, and that's pretty much it as far as the dependencies go. So I want to, in the next part, show you how we can download and install and set up the Quick Start. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how to get started with the Angular 2 Quick Start package. So we're at the angular.io, which is the official website for Angular, and we have this big Getting Started button here. So I'm going to click that, and then it's going to take us to this little tutorial to show us how to set things up. What I want to do is click this link right here, and that's going to take us to the GitHub page for the Quick Start. So what we want to do is we want to clone the package using this right here. So I'm going to go into, let's see, you want to go into wherever you want to put your project. Mine's going to be in my C drive and then a folder called projects. Now I'm not going to actually, you know what I'm going to do is open up my command line into that folder. Alright, because we don't want to actually create the project folder because we're going to do that through here. Alright, so what we'll do is let's grab this. Okay, and we'll just paste that in here. And I'm just going to change my proj. I'm going to change that to just my app. Alright, so what that'll do is it'll create a folder called my app. So let's cd into that. Okay, and if we look in the file manager here, if we click on my app, you can see what it's given us. Now, what I want to do is open up Atom and just add this folder as a project. Alright, so let's move this over here. And we're going to click on File, and let's add project folder. And then we're going to go to My App and select folder. Okay, so now we have everything open over on the side here. So let's quickly go over this. If we look in the root here, we have some Git files, we have some document changelog license, which we don't really care about right now. We do have an index.html file. Okay, if we look at that, that's including all the different modules and scripts that we need. We don't need to touch this file at all, at least right now. Okay, we also have our package.json file. So if we look at that, it has all the names and all that stuff. It also has some scripts, which gives us the different commands that I showed you in the last video in the slideshow. And then we have all our dependencies. Okay, these are all our dependencies, including Angular 2. And then we have some dev dependencies, which gives us TypeScript and the light server. All right, we also have our tsconfig.json file. That's our TypeScript configuration. We also have a typings.json file. That's for the type definitions. Alright, so that's the root. We also have a style CSS, and then in the app folder, that's where all of our work is going to go, okay, all of our components and stuff. Now, as you can see, we have the root app component, and that has our TypeScript, has our class here, which is empty, and then we have the main.ts file where we're importing the Bootstrap, and we're importing the app component, and then we're calling Bootstrap, the function on the component. Now we're seeing this error here. That's because it can't find anything because we haven't ran npm install. So none of the dependencies, none of the modules are set up. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to go back into the command line and we're going to run npm install. Let me just close these. Okay, and that might take a minute or two. Okay, so that got everything set up. You should now have a node modules folder with a bunch of stuff in it that we don't need to touch. And now if we open up our main TS file, you can see that there's no more errors. It's finding everything it needs. And we can actually go back and we can say npm start. And what that's going to do is it's going to compile all of the TypeScript. So you can see now that in our app folder we now have some JS files. We have the component JS. We also have the map files. Those are useful for debugging. And if we look at the JavaScript, there's a lot of code here compared to what we have in the TS file. So that's the reason you preferably want to use TypeScript. All right, now if we go to our browser, yours probably opened automatically, but it'll open to localhost 3000, and you can see we get my first Angular 2 app. Okay, so now we're ready to get started. Now in some of the videos we'll probably start at this point because we have just an empty quick start, which can be a good starting point when trying to show you different aspects of Angular 2. Okay, so that's it. I'll see you in the next video. In this section, we're going to be talking about components. All right, so let's take a look at the topics that will be covered. So what are components? We'll explain them and show you how to create them. Why do they help? Okay, so basically the advantages of using components as opposed to Angular 1, where you could have components, but it wasn't the main structure of the application. How do we create them, and then also data binding, which is a really important aspect of Angular as well. So here's the lectures. We have the introduction. Lecture 2 will be an introduction to components. Lecture 3 will be how to create a component, and then Lecture 4 will be all about the different kinds of data binding that is available with Angular 2. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. Hopefully you enjoy it, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, Angular 2 is all about components, so we're going to go over just the basics in this video here, and then throughout the chapter and throughout the course we'll be looking at the different aspects of components. Okay, so in Angular 2, components are the main way that we build and specify elements and logic on the page. And components have completely replaced controllers and scope from Angular 1. Okay, in Angular 1 we would define controllers and then we would attach a scope to it that would allow us to bind data from the controller to the template. Alright, now we've replaced controllers and scope completely with components. Components in Angular 2 are usually written in TypeScript and use a .ts extension, and they are built on top of the web component standard, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So why use components? Well, they're easy to manage and they make code much more readable and easier to maintain. Okay, and components are completely independent. They only modify their own data. So this encapsulates all of the functionality of that one aspect into one place, which of course makes it easier to work with. Components also have well-defined lifecycle functions, which we'll look into in a little bit. And it also provides reuse of code in that application as well as in other applications. Okay, so if you have, for instance, let's say a login component, Oftentimes you'll be able to use that login component in a whole nother application if you want. So here's an example in Angular 1. Now in this course we're not going to look too much into the syntax of Angular 1 because I don't want anybody to get confused between the two because they're quite different. But in this example, where we have a module called example and we have a controller called example controller, and then we're going to pass in a function as a second parameter along with a scope. All right, and then that scope we can attach properties to. In this case, we're saying scope.name equals John Doe. Now, if you've never used Angular 1 and you've never seen this syntax, pay no attention to it beyond this video because it's just to give you an example. All right, now let's take a look at this in Angular 2. Okay, so this is going to be inside of a component file, and you can see we have this @ component. This is called a decorator, and it allows us to add metadata to our component. So in here we're saying we want the selector example. That means that we're going to look for a directive or a custom HTML tag called example. Okay, and then here we're defining our template, which can be static text, static HTML like you see, or we could just include an HTML file. Okay, and there's other decorators we can use as well. There's a view, there's inject, there's a whole bunch of them, which we'll get into later. And then down here we have our class. Okay, so this right here, example, is the name of our component. And in our class we can put a constructor where we can add default values here. Okay, so we're saying this.name equals John Doe, just like we did in the Angular 1 example. Now this might look like more code, there's a few more lines, but it's much easier to read, and it's just much cleaner in general. Okay, so directives are markers on DOM elements such as an attribute or a CSS class. They can also be custom HTML tags themselves in the case of a component. Okay, so let's take a look down here. We have a couple different examples of directives. This first one is actually a component directive, so it's basically a custom HTML tag. All right, and this is going to match the selector that you put in your component decorator. This one here is an example of using a property binding. You can see our mydir right here. This is a custom attribute, and that's also a directive. And then down here we have a class directive. You can see it's embedded inside of the class attribute. Okay, and we'll get more into that later on. So binding data to your component, this is how you could do it if you wanted to use property binding. You could have some property from within brackets and then set that, pass it in. You can also have interpolation, which we'll go over in the data binding section. And this is just a property wrapped in double curly braces. And then this one here is event binding. Okay, so we're saying click wrapped in parentheses. Okay, when this is clicked, then it's going to run some function, which would be a function inside of your component. So naming conventions for our component, we have our class name, which is Pascal case, so starts with a capital and then every word is going to start with a capital. File name has .component in it, so in this example we have todo.component.ts. Okay, it's a TypeScript file. And directive words are separated with a dash. So here's an example here with my component. Now, in every Angular 2 application, you're going to have a root component called the app component. All right, and here's just a quick diagram. We have the app component at the top, and then you'll see all the other ones come in below it. For instance, we have a blog component, which has post components and so on. All right. Other components are nested under this root one. So bootstrapping, the root app component has to be bootstrapped using the bootstrap function. All right, and we took a look at the quick start files and we saw that bootstrap function inside of the main.ts file. So in order to use it, you have to import it from this right here, Angular 2 platform browser. And then you can simply wrap the bootstrap function around your app component. So Angular components are built on top of the Web Components Standard, which is a browser-based technology. And this is the future of the web. Okay, so everything is going to be encapsulated inside of its own component inside of the DOM. And this is going to reduce messy plugin-based code with multiple dependencies. Okay, so everything will basically contain everything that it needs. Okay, and we also have something called the Shadow DOM. And Shadow DOM is basically like a hidden layer of DOM elements, and they encapsulate their own properties and data and allow us to use that stuff in an easy to use way. So Angular 2 is basically built on top of this stuff. Alright, so here is a very, very simple component and the different parts of it. So if you want to create a component, you have to actually import the main component file from Angular 2 core. Alright, so any imports will go at the top. Next we have the component decorator, which has the selector. Okay, so this would basically be inside of your template. You could have my component wrapped in greater and less than tags. Okay, just like an HTML tag. Down here you have the template, which you can put you can just put inline HTML here. And what's cool is that you can wrap these in backticks instead of a single quote or double quote, and you can have multiple line templates. Okay, so it makes it easy to have all your content inside of your component. Alright, and then finally we have the component name down here, and that's going to be a class. That's where we can put our constructor and all our functions and properties and all that good stuff. Okay, so decorators are annotations that are used in TypeScript and also proposed in ES7. They're used to decorate an object using metadata. Okay, we saw the component decorator already. There's also view, and there's other ones as well, which we'll go over through the course. Alright, so that's a very brief introduction to components. So in the next video, I'll go ahead and show you how to create a component in Angular 2. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a really simple component in Angular 2. Okay, so to get to the point that I'm at, you just need to set up and install a quick start if you haven't done that already. Okay, so you can get the quick start from this GitHub page, and you just want to, well, you don't want to get it from the page, but this is the steps that you need to take. So you want to clone it into some project folder, go into that folder, and then basically just run npm install to install the dependencies, and then npm start. Alright, so I'm going to go to my folder where I have my project. Which is my app. So I'm just going to open up my git bash utility there. And then we're going to go ahead and run npm start. Okay, and that'll compile any TypeScript that you have or anything like that. And then the application should pop up. Alright, so like I said, this is just the default file structure. We're going to create a new component. So what I'm going to do is go into app, and we're going to create a new file, and we're going to save this as my-component.component.ts. Okay, make sure it's TS and not JS. The JS will get compiled after you save it, as you can see here. Okay, but we don't need to touch these two JS files. Okay, so let's open up our TypeScript file. So what we want to do first is we need to import the core component file. So we're going to say import, and you want to use these curly braces, component from, and in here we want to say Angular 2/core. Okay, so that's going to bring that in, and now we can create a component. So what we're going to do here is put in our component decorator. Okay, we can pass some metadata into that. We want to open up some curly braces, And first thing we want is a selector. Okay, so for the selector, we're going to say my dash component. And then we also want a template. Okay, now for now, we're just going to put in an H1 here that says hello world. And we actually don't want the semicolon here. And I think that should be good as far as syntax. So now what we want to do is put our class. So the class has to be exported in order to be able to use it. So we're going to say export class. And we're going to say my component. Okay. And I'm just going to leave it blank for now. And then I want to save this. Okay, now we have our component file created, but it's not implemented. So what we want to do is go to our app component.ts. Alright, and you can see we have our heading here, my first Angular app. That's what we're seeing here. So what we can do is we can add our component in this template, but first we need to import it. Alright, so I'm just going to copy this. Alright, and then we want to say import my component from, and then we want to go to / my component dot component. Okay, so that'll bring it in for us, and then in here we can say my dash component. Alright, so let's save that and see what we get. Okay, so it's not showing us anything yet. Now, the reason for that is because we actually have to include our component in the app component as a directive. Okay, because we're using a directive here. So we're going to go to, in the same file, app.components.ts, and you know what, I'm going to make this wider. Okay, and what we want to do is we want to put in another piece of metadata here called directives. Okay, and these are going to be, this is going to be an array of the different directives that we want to include. Okay, so we want my component. So we'll save it and go back, and now you can see that we're getting hello world, okay, which is coming from our component. Now, when you're dealing with a template here, you probably don't want everything on the same line like this. You want to separate it a little bit, but you'll see if we do that, we're getting all kinds of errors. So a nice feature of ES6 allows us to use backticks instead of quotes. And a backtick is the key that's to the left of your number 1. Alright, so we'll replace the commas with backticks, just like that. And now we should be able to use multiple lines here. Okay, you can see we have no errors. Now let's say we wanted to add a property to our component. What we could do is go into the class, not of the app, we want to be in our component. We want to set a property in our class. So let's say we want a property called name. What I'm going to do is just initialize it like that, and then we're going to create a constructor. And in there we're going to use this dot name, and let's set it to John Doe. Okay, so now we have this property of name that's equal to John Doe, and we want to put this in our template, okay, or in our component. Now it looks like I forgot to put the H1 here, and I'm also going to use backticks so we can put this on multiple lines. Okay, so what we'll do is let's take out the word world, and we're going to use what's called interpolation, and we're going to use double curly braces. Okay, and we should be able to just put in name because we have that as a property down here. So let's save that and go over here, and now you can see it says hello John Doe. Now this way of data binding using interpolation, this isn't the only way we can do it. We can use property binding, attribute, class binding. There's all different things we can do. So we're going to look into data binding next. So now that we know what a component is and we know how to set up a really simple component, let's talk about data binding, which is a huge part of Angular. So data binding is a mechanism for coordinating what users see with application values. So we can take data assigned in the component in the class and then bind it to the front end, to the HTML. All right, and binding data through a framework as opposed to just pushing and pulling values from HTML and from the DOM makes it easier to read, write, and maintain. And Angular offers many types of bindings, so we're going to go over each type. Okay, so here's an example of a component just like we just did. We're setting a property down here, which is the title. Okay, we're setting it to just a string of something. Okay, so if we want to bind this data to the view or the template, that'll be a one-way data binding from source to view. If we want to bind data from the view back into the component or to the data source, then we would do that through an event, which we'll look at the syntax in a minute. And then we also have two-way data binding using ngModel. And if you're familiar with Angular 1, it works pretty much in the same way. So let's talk about data source to target first. Okay, so the different binding types that we can use here are interpolation, which is, I gave you an example of that. We're using the curly braces, and we can pretty much put it wherever we want. It doesn't have to be inside of an HTML tag attribute or anything like that. We also have property binding, attribute binding, class, and style. Okay, so over here you can see we have these square brackets, and we have some kind of target inside of them, and then we're setting it equal to, it could be a string or number or whatever it may be, some expression. So that's an example of property binding. And this would go inside of an HTML tag, much like an attribute. Same thing here, we could use bind target instead of using the square brackets. Then we have target to data source. Okay, so we're sending it the other way, and we can do that through events. Now, events are declared using parentheses instead of square brackets. Okay, you can also use on target, and we'll take a look at an example of that in a few minutes. And then we also have two-way data binding, which we can use ngModel. Okay, so in here, in the target, we could use ngModel, and you'll notice that we're using parentheses and brackets here. Okay, we can also use bind on target. So interpolation, I gave you an example of that. We just have double curly braces here, and you can put it within HTML tags. You could even add it as an attribute. Okay, so next we'll take a look at property binding, and with this you can see we have an element property here of source, okay, on an image tag, and we're just setting that to whatever the image URL may be. Okay, and you can see we're using square brackets. Down here we're doing the same thing, only it's on a component directive instead of just an HTML tag. Okay, now event binding is used to bind data in the opposite direction, so from the view to the component, and we can do that through an event with parentheses. So here we're saying click equals on save. So when this button's clicked, it's going to call a component function called onSave. Okay, down here we're doing it from within a component. We're saying delete request equals, and then we're going to call a function called delete hero. So we also have two-way data binding, and we can use that using ngModel, and you can see that with this we're actually using both square brackets and parentheses. Alright, we're just setting the ngModel to hero name. Okay, the ngModel directive as an HTML attribute surrounded with both parentheses and square brackets. So there are more binding types. There's attribute binding. You can see here we're setting attribute or adder dot aria label. We're setting to help. This one here is class binding. We're saying class.special equals is special, because you may want, let's say you have a button, and if some event happens, you may want the button to change color or turn enabled or something like that. So you can use class for that. You could also use style, where you can actually put the inline style. Okay, so here we're saying style.color, although this could be any CSS property, and then we're setting it to is special, which could be red or green depending on is special. Okay, so hopefully that kind of gives you an overview of how data binding works. What I want to do now is just jump in and give you some examples. Hey guys, in the last video we talked about data binding and the different types. Now I just want to give you some quick examples. Okay, so we have our my component here, and I already showed you how to bind data using interpolation and using the curly braces. So what I want to do now is take a look at property binding. Alright, so in our constructor here, well actually let's first add a property called image URL. And in our constructor, we're going to say this dot image URL, and then we're going to set that to HTTP lorem pixel, which is just a service that can give us images, sample images. And we're going to say /400/200. Okay, so we have this image URL. Now we want to bind this to an image tag. So in our template, we're going to put in an image tag, okay, and then we want to set it to square brackets src, and then we're going to set that to image URL, and make sure that we end that image tag. Okay, now notice we didn't have to use any curly braces or anything right here. Okay, so let's save that and go into our application, and now you can see that it's loading up that image. Now we could use interpolation here. We could just take these brackets out, and actually notice, let me just show you, if I save it like that, obviously that's not going to work. But what we could do is put in our curly braces here, save it, okay, that works. We can also use bind-src and get rid of these. Okay, that should also work. Okay, so you have a couple different options. I would recommend just the standard square bracket binding like that. Alright, so next thing I want to look at is class and style binding. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put in a button. Okay, so we'll put in a line break, and then we'll say button. And let's see, we're going to put in some brackets here, and let's say class dot is active, and we're going to set that equal to is active. Okay, and let's just put button and save that, and then you can see that gives us this gray button right here. Now before I do anything down in the class, I want to create an actual CSS class called isActive. So let's go to style.css, and let's go all the way to the bottom, and I'm going to put in dot isActive, and we're going to set let's see, whoops, what am I doing? I forgot we're using CSS. So we're going to say background color, we're going to set to green. Okay, so let's save that, and if we look at the application, our button is still gray. Alright, so let's go back into our component, and let's go set a property here. We'll say this dot is active, and we're going to set that to true. Okay, we also have to add it up here, and let's save, and now we go over and you can see that the button is now green. Okay, it's green because we're setting it as long as isActive is true. Okay, so if we set that to false and save, now you can see it's back to gray. Okay, so that's class binding. Now we could achieve kind of the same thing with style binding. So let's go back up here and let's get rid of this. Okay, and then this time we're going to say style dot background color. Alright, we're going to set that equal to, let's say, isActive, and then we're going to say question mark red colon, and then let's say green. Okay, just like that. And let's save that and see what happens. Okay, so our button is green. Now the reason for that is because the isActive property is set to false. So this is going to be true. If we set isActive to true, then it should be red. So let's try that out. And go back, and now you can see the button's red. So now I want to give you an example of event binding. Okay, we want to bind data in the opposite way. So what I'm going to do is, excuse me, down in my component here in the class, I'm going to create, let's create a property called click message. Okay, so we're just going to initialize it there, and then what we'll do is this button up here, I'm going to take all this stuff out. And what we'll do is we're going to put in some parentheses here and say click, and then we're going to set that equal to, we'll call it change message. Okay, so when this is clicked, it's going to call a function called change message. So we need to create that. So down in our class here, after the constructor, we're going to say change message. And what we want to do here is we're just going to say this dot click message. We're going to set that to hello world. Now that's going to set the message, but we're not going to see it anywhere. We need to actually include it somewhere inside the template. So let's put it. Let's see. Let's just replace what we have here. Hello. Actually, no. We'll just put another H1 under the button. Okay, and then we're going to use interpolation to bind data the opposite way. Okay, so we should just be able to say click message. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and then let's go back and click this button, and now we're getting hello world. Okay, so that's how we can bind data in the opposite direction. Now the last thing I want to show you is two-way data binding. So what I'm going to do is we're going to put in an input, and then we're going to use brackets and parentheses, and then say ng model. Okay, and we're going to set that equal to name. Okay, so we're going to be working with the name property, which we already have, and we're actually already outputting here in the H1. Okay, but since we used ng model here, that's going to bind it to the name both ways. Alright, so let me just show you. If I save, and then we go down here, you can see that John Doe is already in there because we already have the name bound to that that property. So if I go ahead and delete that, you can see it's also going to delete up here. It's going both ways, and as I type, it actually updates in real time, which can be useful for different things. Now we can also use something called ng model change, and that will allow us to run a function or do something every time we enter, or every time it changes. So in this case, every time we push a key. Okay, so let's try that out. We're going to go to our input, and we're going to say, first of all, we need parentheses, and then ng model change. And let's set this equal to set uppercase. Okay, I actually want that C capitalized. Okay, so we'll set that to set uppercase, and then we want to just add parentheses and then $event. Okay, so what we can do now is go into our component and create a function called set uppercase. Okay, and we'll just pass in E for the event, and then what we'll do is say this dot name is going to be equal to E dot, and then we're going to use to uppercase. Okay, to uppercase, which is a JavaScript function, and then I'm going to save it, and now watch as I type. Now everything's going to be uppercase, okay, because it's grabbing it here and before it spits it out, and then it's binding it back to the name. Okay, so we can do things like that. So that gives you a brief example of what we can do with simple data binding. Obviously, you can get into more complicated stuff, but just wanted to give you kind of an introduction to it. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video, and I will see you in the next. Hey guys, we're going to cover quite a bit in this section, so the main things we'll look at are templates, events, and services. Alright, so some of our topics covered, we have Angular templates, directives like ngIf and ngFor. These allow us to have logic in our templates. We'll look at user input and forms, services. Okay, so we'll create a service that will interact with a third-party API. And then also dependency injection, how we can inject services and other stuff into our app. So lecture 1 is the introduction you're watching now. Lecture 2 will be on built-in directives. Lecture 3 will be user input and events. Lecture 4 will create a service, and Lecture 5 will be on dependency injection. Okay, so that's what we'll be covering. I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, in this video we're going to set up a brand new quick start Angular 2 application, and we're going to get into templates and into some of the built-in directives like ngIf, ngFor, so that we can iterate through items and so on. Okay, so we're going to go to the GitHub page for the quick start and just copy this line right here so we can clone it. And you want to go into your projects folder. So I'm going to open up my git bash utility inside my projects folder, and we're going to paste that in here. And I'm just going to change the my proj here to my to-dos. Okay, so now we should have a my to-dos folder in projects, and I'm going to open that within Atom. Okay, so now we have a brand new quick start application here. Let's go ahead and go into that folder, and then we want to run npm install, and that'll get all the dependencies installed for us. Alright, that's all set. Now we can go ahead and run npm start, and that should start it up for us. Okay, so what we need to do first is we're going to create a to-dos component. So in the app folder, we're going to say new file, and we're going to save this as todos.component.ts. Okay, and it should go ahead and compile that, and you'll see the JavaScript files, but we want to open the TS file, the TypeScript. Okay, so it should be completely blank. And what we can do is copy what we have in the app component and paste that in. And then we're just going to change my app, the selector, to to-dos. And let's just put an H1 in here for now that says my to-dos, and then change this from app component to to-dos component. Alright, and we'll save that. And now in order for us to see this component, we have to go to the app component TS file, and we're going to add on to this component decorator, and we're going to say directives. Okay, that's going to be an array, and we want to put in to-dos component. Okay, we also have to include that up here. Okay, that should actually be in quotes. And let's see, to-dos dot component. Alright, so that should work. Okay, and now what we want to do is this template right here. What I'm going to do is replace the quotes with backticks so that we can use multiple lines. Alright, and then we're just going to go right underneath and we're going to say to-dos. Okay, let's save that. And now you can see we have our to-dos component showing up. And the first thing I want to show you here is ngIf. Okay, so we can have conditionals inside of our template. First thing I want to do is up here within the template, I want to get rid of the single quotes and we're going to replace them with backticks. Whoop. Okay, that way we can put multiple lines of HTML. So right here, let's create a div, and we're going to put in an asterisk right here, and then ngIf in camel case, and we're going to set this to, let's say, to-dos. Close that, and in here we'll just say test. Alright, and then down here in the class, we're just going to define to-dos. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Now you can see that test is not showing, okay, because we haven't set any to-dos. So what I want to do is put in a constructor, and then we'll set this dot to-dos. We'll just set it to hello for now. Okay, and I'll actually replace the test with to-dos. Okay, so let's save that and take a look, and you can see that now we're getting hello. Alright, and we can't do an else with this, but what we could do is, if you want, let's say it to say no to-dos found, if there wasn't any, then we could just put an exclamation point here and then just say no to-dos found. Okay, we'll get rid of the constructor here, save, and we're getting no to-dos found. And there's other ways to do it too. Alright, so what I want to do now is demonstrate a switch. So I'm going to put down here, let's just say name. Okay, and then we'll have our constructor, and we'll set this dot name. We'll set that to John. Okay, now up here, now what we want to do up here is I'm going to get rid of the to-do stuff for now, and we're going to put in a div and then some brackets. Inside the brackets we want ng switch. Alright, we want to set that to the condition of name. Okay, and then inside here we're going to put another div. Now you're not limited to divs, of course. You can use any element. You could use a component or a template. Alright, any kind of tag. And in here what we want to do is use the asterisk format and say ng switch and then when. Okay, ng switch when. And then we'll set that to John. Close that up. And then in here we're just going to say John. Okay, we'll save that. Oh, well, one thing we need to do is in the string here we need to put single quotes like that. And there we go, we get John. Okay, let's add a couple more. I'm going to copy that. And then this one here we'll say Bob. And change this text to Bob. And then for the last one here, what we'll do is we're going to get rid of the value and we're going to say ng switch default. Okay, so if it's not John or Bob, it's going to be something else. Okay, so if we save, we still get John. If we change to Bob, we should get Bob. If we change to, let's say, Harry, we get something else. Okay, so that's a switch statement. Okay, not too difficult. And then the next thing we're going to do is ng4. So I'm going to just get rid of everything here. And we're actually going to use our to-dos here. So let's get rid of name. And we can get rid of this dot name. We'll keep the constructor though, because what we're going to do is we're going to set this dot to-dos, and we're going to set this equal to an array. And in here we'll just have some strings, some to-dos. We'll say wash dishes, pick up kids, I don't know, eat dinner. Okay, so now we have an array, and what we want to do is loop through this array using ng4. So we're going to put in a div, and then we're going to do asterisk ng4, and we'll set it equal to number sign to do of to-dos. Alright, just like that, and let's close up that div. And then in the middle here, we're going to want to put in to do. Alright, so hopefully that works. Let's go ahead and save it and take a look, and there it is. Okay, so now we're looping through our to-dos array. Now if we want, we can easily make this look a little better. Let's grab Bootstrap. I'm just going to get the CDN here. Alright, and then we're going to go to our index.html and we can include it there. Okay, we'll paste that in. And let's save that, take a look. Okay, it's a little different now. In our HTML here, I'm just going to change this div to an li. Okay, because it doesn't have to be a div. And then in here, no, that's fine. We just want to add a class to this. And we're going to call this list group item. And then we just want ULs around it. So this UL is going to have a class of list group. Alright. Okay, let's save that. And there we go. It looks a little better. Okay. What I'm going to do is take out this heading and make it and put it in here at the top. So let's, yeah, we'll get rid of that. And then let's go to our app component TS file and just change this to my to-dos. There we go. Okay. Now my goal isn't to build a full-featured app here, just making it look a little better, more realistic. So in the next lecture, what I want to do is work with a little bit with user input. Okay, so we'll create an input field here, and maybe even get to add some to-dos to our to-dos array through the form. Okay, so I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, in this lecture we're going to take a look at user input. Okay, so we're going to create a form right here, right above our to-dos. So let's go to our todos.component.ts file, and inside our template I'm going to just create a div. Okay, and then in here we're going to have an input. We'll give it a type of text. Okay, we'll add more to it in a second, but let's just see how that looks. Okay, it doesn't look very good, so what I'm going to do is add a class. We are using Bootstrap, so let's say form control. Okay, and I just want to put a line break underneath. Okay. So what we want to do here is we want to use ng model, okay, for two-way data binding. So let's put that in here. We're going to use brackets and then parentheses inside those brackets. And then we just want to say ng model, and we're going to set this to new to do. Okay, so that'll bind it to new to do. Now in our class down here, we're going to make sure that we declare that right here. So new to do. And then in the input, we're also going to need an event. Okay, so we're going to use parentheses here, and we're going to say key up. Okay, now we could do it like this, but if we do this, it's going to call this event every time we push in a key, and we don't need to do that. What we want to do is get our input after we click enter. So we can say key up dot enter, which works a little better for us. All right, and we're going to set that to a function called add to do. Okay, so let's go back down to our class, and under the constructor, we're going to say add to do. Now remember, the input, whatever we type, is bound to this new to do, so we can use that. So what we'll do is push to our original to dos the new to do that's entered. So to do that, we'll say this dot to dos dot push, and then simply put in new to do. Okay, oh, I'm sorry, it's this dot new to do. Okay, so let's save that, and let's see what happens. So type in test, enter, and there it is. You can see it got added to the bottom there. Test 2, test 3, and we can now add to-dos. Now, this data isn't going to be persistent. If I reload, it's going to be gone because we're not using any kind of database or anything like that. That'll come at a much later time. Right now, we're just working within the application. Now, we probably want some kind of validation here, because if I go in and I click enter without typing anything in, it's still going to submit, and we don't really want that. So what we can do is go to our add to do function, and we're going to put in an if else. Okay, so in this if statement, we want to check for two things. We want to check to see if new to do is actually there. So we're going to say if not new to do. Actually, no, it's this new to do. And then we're going to put in an or. This dot new to do is less than 3. Okay, we want it to be at least 3 characters. This right here, the actual push, we're going to cut that, and we're going to put that in the else. Alright, and then what we want to do here is we want to set some kind of message. So up in the top here, where we declare our variables, we're going to say error MSG. Alright, and then what we'll do is in here we're going to say this dot error MSG is going to be equal to, and then we'll say to do must be at least 3 characters. Alright, and then let's see, up here we'll go right above the input, and we're going to put a div, and this is going to have an ng if. Alright, and we're going to set that equal to, what are we testing here? Set that equal to error message, or error MSG. Okay, so if there's an error message, then we're going to say div class, and let's set this to alert. This is a Bootstrap class. We want alert danger. That'll make it red. And then in the middle here, we just want to set our message, our error message. Alright, so let's save that. And if I try to enter nothing, okay, we're getting that alert. If I try to do 2 characters, same thing. Oh, it let us do it though. That's not right. Okay, that didn't let us, but if I do 1, oh, it needs to be this dot new to do dot length. Okay, so now let's try 2. There we go. So now it's not adding. If we do more than 3, then it adds fine. Alright, good. Actually, one thing, if we get the error message and then we add one, the error message should clear. So down here, we'll say this dot error message equals nothing. Okay, so now, okay, we get the error message, then we put a valid input, and it goes away. Now, if we want to do a success message, we could do that as well. Alright, so what I'll do is copy that, and let's put this right here. We'll change this to success. And then we'll say to do added, and then up here we're going to do the same thing. We're going to check for it first. So we want if success message. Alright, and we just want to change danger to success. Okay, so we'll save that, add something, and there we go, to do added. There's also a class you can use, I forget what it is, but it makes these dismissible, so you can actually X them off if you want. Just go to the Bootstrap site and you'll find that. Now we might want to be able to delete some of these too if we want. So what we can do is add a double click event and make that so it gets rid of them. So what we'll do is go into our template here, and right here we're going to put an A tag, just set that to nothing. Alright, and then we're going to use our parentheses and say DBL click, set that to remove to do, which is a function, and then we're also going to have to pass in the actual to do, so let's do that. Alright, and then let's see, we'll put this down here. Alright, and just to test things out, I'm going to just do a console log. Alright, so let's see, double click, and now you'll see down here we got wash dishes. Alright, so we know that that's working, we know the event's firing off, and to actually remove it is pretty simple. We want to say this dot to-dos dot splice, and in here we're going to say this dot to-dos dot index of, pass in to do, oops, and then we just want to pass in a second parameter of 1. Okay, so let's save that, and then if we double click, you can see that it goes away. If I reload, they come back because we're initially setting those right here. Alright, which we don't have to do. We can actually just, what we'll do is set it to an empty array. So we'll just say this dot to-dos equals an empty array. Alright, so now we can add to-dos, and we can still get our error message. You know what we should do though is, if we get the error message, make sure that this is cleared out first, just like we did here. So we'll just make sure that this dot success message is equal to nothing. Alright, So the last thing I want to do in this video is I want to be able to clear them all out. Okay, so I want a reset button down at the bottom. So right here, let's say button, and open up some parentheses and click. That's going to equal reset to-dos. Okay, this will just say reset. And let's just give it a bootstrap class. So we'll say button and button default. And then down here we're going to need a reset to-dos class. I'm sorry, function. And what we'll do is say this dot to-dos dot length equals 0. Okay, so let's add some. And then we click reset, and it just gets rid of all of them. Alright, we might want a message as well. So we'll set a success message. And we'll just say to-dos cleared. And there we go. We'll probably want to clear that as well. Okay. So that's that. In the next video, what I want to do is show you how to create a service. All right. Normally, you wouldn't have this kind of stuff in here if you're working with some kind of third-party database or server application. You'd want to have this stuff in a service. Alright, so that's what we'll do in the next video. Hey guys, in this lecture I'm going to show you how to write a service. Right now, if we look at our to-dos component, you can see that we're doing the adding of the to-dos, the fetching, the removes. We're doing it all right in the class here. And what I'd like to do is just put this in a service. Alright, before we do that, I want to just kind of optimize our folder here. Inside of our app folder, we just have both components, the app component and the to-dos. So what I want to do is create a new folder here called components. Alright, because since you have the TypeScript getting compiled into JavaScript, each component has 3 files with it. And you can imagine if you have 10, 15 components, how messy that this would become. So I think the best thing to do is to make a components folder, and then inside that we'll make folders for each component. So we'll have the app, and we'll have to-dos. Alright, and then what we'll do is take these 3 apps, I'm going to cut them and put them in the app folder inside components. Alright, and then we'll take the to-dos and we'll cut those out and put them in the to-dos folder. Okay, now if we go back to our application, it's going to break because it's not looking in the right place anymore. So what we'll want to do is go to our main.ts file, and right here where we're including the app component, we just want to put in components / app / is that right? Yeah, that's right. So we'll save that, and then what we have to do is go into our app component and then fix the to-dos component location, which in this case we're going to go out one. So we're going to say .. That'll go into the components folder, and then we want to go into to-dos / save that, and now our application is back online. Alright, so now what I want to do is I want to create a services folder. Okay, so we're going to say new folder. Where is it? This will be services. Okay, and we're going to create a new file here, and this is going to be todo.service.ts. Okay, so now we have a services folder and a to-do service. And you can see that also gets compiled into JavaScript. Now a service is really nothing more than a class with some methods or functions. Alright, so what we want to do here is we want to say export class, and we're going to call it to do service. Alright, and then what we'll do is I'm just going to create a value here, a variable called to dos, and set that to an array. Okay, now if this were a real application, this would be coming from some kind of server, some kind of database. Alright, whether that's a Node.js server or an Apache server or something like that. But for this video, it's just going to be a static array. Alright, I will get into how to grab data from servers and all that later on. But for now, what we'll do is just grab the same thing we have in our to-do component. Where is it? Oh, we don't have it. It's empty. Okay, so I'm just going to put some stuff in it just for now. Okay, so we have that. Now what we want is to create functions to do certain things. For instance, we're going to want get to dos. And all we have to do for this is say return this dot to dos. Alright, so we'll save that. And then what we need to do is, since we're using a service, we need to first import it. So we're going to go up at the top here and say import to do service from, and then the path to it is going to be dot dot slash services slash to do dot service. Okay, so that'll bring it in, and then we need to actually add this to a provider as a provider. So right down here we're going to put a comma after the template, and we're going to say providers. Okay, in that providers is going to be an array, and we need to include that to do service. Okay, if you don't include it here, it's not going to work. Now another thing we need to do is we need to bring it in through the constructor. Alright, so we want to say to do service and then put to do service. Okay, use that naming convention. Now just doing that, it'll be available in our constructor but not other functions. To make it available in other functions, we need to use either public or private. Okay, we're only going to use it in this class, so I'm going to say private. Alright. Now in the constructor, we're going to just change this to this dot to dos is going to equal to do service dot get to dos. Actually, that's a function. Okay, so that should get them for us. Now let's go and save this and see if it works. Okay, so it's getting the two the two to-dos from the service. Now if I go and try to add something here, it's going to add still, but we still have the add to do right in the component. And what I'd like to do is have all of this functionality in the service, at least the actual insert or the push. Okay, this stuff here, the validation, we can leave in the component, but what I'm going to do is just cut that out, and we're going to say this dot to do service dot add to do. Alright, and then we're going to insert in here this dot new to do, and we're going to say dot trim just to clean it up a little bit. Alright, now we're getting an error here because we don't actually have that. Oh, wait a minute. Property to do service. Alright, well let's go add that to the service. So add to do. Okay, that's going to take in new to do, and then we should just be able to push it. So we'll say this dot push. This dot to dos dot push, and we'll say new to do. Okay, so now that error is gone. Alright, so now let's go ahead and just say test and enter, and there we go. So it's getting added. So now the add to do is in the service instead of right in the component. Okay, so next thing, remove to do. Same idea. We're going to just grab that, put that in here, paste that in, and let's see. And this has to be passed in the to do. Okay, and then back in the component, inside remove to do, we're going to say this dot to do service, and we're going to say dot remove to do, and then we just need to pass in the to do. Okay, so let's save that, and if we go and double click, you can see it goes away. Okay, so the last thing we want to do is the reset. So what we'll do here is, I guess we can just grab this, cut that out, and then we'll just say this dot to do service, and we'll say dot reset to do's. Okay, so let's go to our service and create that function, and just paste that in like that. Okay, so let's try it out. If we click reset, they all go away. Okay, and that's how we can create a service in Angular 2. Okay, so that's going to do it for this video. I will see you in the next one. In this video, we're going to talk a little bit about dependency injection, and then I'm going to give you some examples. Alright, so we've already done a bit of dependency injection in our past videos, but I didn't really elaborate on it too much. Okay, so dependency injection is a software design pattern that deals with how components get a hold of their dependencies. The injector subsystem is in charge of creating components, resolving dependencies, and also providing them to other components as requested. Alright, now dependency injection has always been a great feature of Angular, and in Angular 1, dependencies were injected using a factory. Okay, so here's an example here. If you don't know Angular 1, you don't need to really pay too much attention to this syntax, as it might just confuse you. But what we would do is we had our module, and then we would call .factory or directive or filter, whatever it may be, and then we would have to specify our dependencies right here, and then also include them as a parameter here. And then root level dependencies would also go in these brackets right here. Well, with Angular 2, it's a little different. We inject through the constructor. Okay, so you can see here, this would be inside of our class. We have a constructor, and we're just injecting our dependencies here with either public or private. So it's a much more elegant solution. It looks better, and it's also much more flexible. Alright, so we've taken a look at some decorators, the component decorator, the view decorator. Well, we also have one called injectable, and this lets Angular know that the class that we're using, that we're marking injectable, can be used with the dependency injector. Alright, now this isn't strictly required if the class has any other Angular 2 decorators, but it is best practice and it is suggested. Alright, so enough with the slides. Let's jump into our text editor and show you some examples. Alright, so let's take a look at exactly how dependency injection works in Angular 2. So I have a brand new application here using the Quick Start, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a couple services. Okay, so in my app folder, let's create a new file, and I'm going to save this as car.service.ts. Okay, so we're going to have a car service, and then we're going to have some other services that we're going to inject into that. So let's create another file. This one we're going to call engine.service.ts. We'll create another one called tires.service.ts. service.ts, and then we'll create one more, and this will be body.service.ts. Okay, so let's start with the car service. So we want, make sure you have the TS file, not the JS. And we're going to say export class car. And that's going to have a constructor. Okay. Now, we're going to want to be able to inject this car class, this car service, into our component. So what we're going to do is we're going to import injectable. Okay, so we're going to say import injectable, and that's going to be from Angular 2/core. Okay, now in order to use it, we're going to use the decorator here. We're going to say at injectable. Okay, just like that. And now we're going to want these other classes here. We're going to want to inject those into our car class. So let's go to bodyservice.ts. And let's do the same thing. We're going to import injectable. From Angular 2 core. Okay, and same thing, we're going to mark this with the decorator. And then we need our class. Okay, this is body. And let's say, let's give it a color. Okay, so we'll say color, and we're going to add a static type here of string, and we'll set that to red. Okay, so we have a property. Let's save that. And now what I'm going to do is just copy this, and we're going to go into our engine service.ts file, paste that in. We don't need that. And let's change this to engine. Alright, so I'll copy that, and then we're going to do the same thing in our tire service, and we're just going to change this to tire. Okay, so our classes are marked with injectable. So what we'll do is go into our car service, and we're going to inject them in the constructor. Alright, but before we can do that, we need to actually import them. Okay, so let's just copy that, and this will be body. That's going to come from body.service. And we'll copy that. Okay, this one will be engine. This will be engine.service. And this will be tires. Actually, you know what? We're getting the error here because we need to put a // just to let the system know that we're looking in the same directory that we're in. What's tire service? Did I not save that? Oh, this should be tires. Okay. So far so good. Now what we want to do is inject these into the constructor. So I'm going to make all of these public. So we're going to say public body, and we'll say, whoops, I don't want to do that. I want to say public body, and then body, public engine, and then public tires. Okay, so what we'll do now is go to our component, which is, oh, we didn't create a component. We're just going to use the app component. Okay, now we're going to have to include all those services here. So what I'll do is grab what we have in car. Okay, up at the top here, we'll grab these. And we're going to put those in our component at the top. Now we also need the car service, so let's put that right here. And up here we also want to add, in addition to component, we want inject and provide. Now in our component here, we're going to define our properties from our services. Now if we go to our body, we have a color here, which is a string. Alright, so what we want to do is in our component, we're going to say color string. Alright, and then we're going to create our constructor. Okay, and now in here we're going to say at inject, and then in parentheses we want car. Okay, and then right here we're just going to do space, and I'm going to put C. Okay, now here we're going to say this dot color. We're going to set that to C dot body dot color, and we'll save that. Now notice that the application is not working anymore. If we take a look at the console, it's saying we have no provider for car. Okay, so when we inject a service, and we did this in the to-dos application, we need to create a provider here. Okay, so right here we're going to say providers, and that's going to be an array, and we want to include all of those services. Okay, so we want car, body, engine, and tires. Okay, so I save that, and now you'll notice we don't have any errors or anything. Now let's go into the template here, and we'll get rid of this text, and let's say color, and then we're going to use some interpolation, and this will be color. Save, and you can see now we're getting red. Okay, so that's how we can do dependency injection in Angular 2. So if you know Angular 1, you can see it's very, very different. So we'll get more into this as the course goes on. I just wanted to kind of just show you how we could create a bunch of different services and just inject them into one component. Alright, so I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, in this section we'll be looking at forms, pipes, and routing. Okay, topics covered. We're going to look at built-in pipes as well as custom pipes, forms and control, of course validation. Angular 2 has a form builder, we'll go over that as well, and also the router and routing. Okay, so our lectures, we have the introduction. Lecture 2 will be all about pipes and filtering. Lecture 3 will be on form controls. Lecture 4 will be on the form builder and also validating forms. And then Lecture 5 will be on routing. Okay, so that's what we're going to be covering. I will see you in the next video. In this lecture, we're going to look at pipes in Angular 2. So pipes take in data as an input and transform it to some kind of desired output. Okay, so it takes in data, changes it, spits it back out to the template. So pipes replace filters from Angular 1. So if you're familiar with Angular 1, you probably know what filters are. Pipes replace those. They basically give us all the functionality that filters give us plus more. Pipes are added to expressions with a pipe character. Okay, so when we're using interpolation here with the double curly braces, we're spitting out a name variable, and then we're using the pipe character, and then whatever that the pipe we want to use. In this case, it's uppercase. All right, so we have built-in pipes, and then you can also create custom pipes. So here's a quick example. We have our component decorator up here with our selector and template. Down here we have our class, our component class, and we're setting a variable called birthday to new date, and then we're putting in the year, the month, and the day. Okay, and then up here we're spinning out birthday, but we're using the date pipe, which will format it nice and neat. Alright, and we are going to jump into the code and do this ourselves so you can get a better idea. Okay, so here are the built-in pipes. We have uppercase, lowercase, date, number, decimal, currency, replace, JSON, percent, and async. And I'm going to go over most of these and give you some examples. So pipes can also have parameters. They can have any number of parameters. And the syntax is you want to follow the pipe with a colon, and then multiple parameters are separated with a colon. So here we have our birthday example. We're using date, but we're passing in a parameter, which is the format that we want. Okay, you can see that they're separated with the colon. Okay, so you can also chain pipes if you want more than one on a single element or a single expression. Here we have our birthday. We're using the date pipe and also uppercase. Here we're using date with a parameter of full date and then the uppercase pipe. Custom pipes can be created using the @pipe decorator. You must add the pipe name to the pipes array in the component decorator as well, just like you would with directives and provider. So this is just an example of a custom pipe from the Angular 2 documentation. It just gets an exponent of a number, and you can see we have our @pipe here, and you want to put the name of the pipe in here, and then in your class you want to create the class name and you want to use implements pipe transform. Alright, and then you can do whatever it is that your pipe does. Okay, so we're going to jump into Atom and we're going to take a look at some code and see how pipes work. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at some examples of using pipes. So first thing we're going to want to do is our import. So we want to import pipe and also pipe transform, and that's going to be from Angular 2 core. Okay, and then what we'll do is let's go down to our component here and let's say name, and then we'll create a constructor, and we're going to set this dot name equal to John Doe. Alright, and then up in the template here, let's go under the H1. I'm actually going to use backticks here so we can use multiple lines. Okay, and then right here we're just going to put in double curly braces and name. Okay, so we're getting John Doe. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is put that in H2 so we can see it better. Okay, so let's take a look at uppercase. That's probably the uppercase and lowercase are probably the simplest ones. So we want to use a pipe character, and then we're just going to say uppercase. If we save that, now you can see John Doe is now all uppercase. Okay, let's copy that, and I'm sure you already know what lowercase is going to do, but just to prove it to you, now we get all lowercase. Alright, so let's just move along here and just look at some of the other ones. So we also have one called replace. So what that does is it takes in a string of whatever you want to replace in the target. So for instance, let's say name, and we'll say replace, and remember parameters, we use a colon to put in our parameters. So let's find Doe, and then we can use a colon here, and we'll change it to Smith. So we'll save that, and now you can see we're getting John Smith. Alright, let's take a look at some of the date pipes. Okay, so down here, let's define today. All right, and then what I'm going to do is say this dot today is going to equal new date. Okay, and then up here, let's just put in today and see what that gives us. Okay, so that's what it looks like by default. Not too attractive. If you have a blog or something and you have the dates of your posts, you don't want something like that. So let's try just date by itself without any parameters and save, and now you can see that looks a lot better. Okay, let's say we wanted the time too. What we could do is add a parameter of medium. Save that. Or no, that wasn't right. Oh, it has to be in quotes. That's right. Okay, so now we get the date. We also get the time. If we wanted just the time, we could replace medium with short time. Save. And now you can see we're just getting the time. And we could do something like today is, and then we'll get today and say long, I think it's long date, long date, and it is, and we'll save that, and we're getting today is April 8th and it is 12:08 p.m. Okay, let's do something else with the date. I want to define a date instead of just using the date function to get, you know, today's date and today's time. So let's say this dot birthday equals, let's see, we're going to do same thing, new date, and we can put something in here. Let's say 1981 9. We'll do 09 10. Okay, we get a defined birthday up here as well. Okay, we'll put another H2 here. Actually, you know what we'll do is we'll take the name birthday, and we want date, and let's see, what do we want? Let's say long date. Actually, yeah, let's see what that gives us. Okay, I get an extra quote in there, get rid of that. So we get John Doe's birthday is October 10th 1981. Cool. Now another one we have is currency. So let's do number, and then down here we'll say this dot number is equal to 5. Alright, and then up here put an H2, and we'll say number, save, and now we just get a 5. Okay, if we want, I can go like this and say currency, save, and now we get 5 USD. Okay, and if we wanted to change the currency, we could put a parameter in here. We'll say GBP, save, and you can see that it's now changed to GBP. Now, if you want the symbol displayed, we can add another parameter here, and this is a true or false. Okay, so let's say true, save, and now you can see we're getting the symbol. Okay, if I change this back to USD, we should get the $sign. Now the last one I want to show you here is definitely the toughest. This is the async pipe, and what this does is it subscribes to an observable or a promise, and returns whatever the last value that was emitted. Alright, so let me just give you an example. So let's put in a property here called promise, and then down here we're going to say this dot promise equals new promise, and don't worry about if this looks like gibberish. Let's see, we're going to say new promise. Whoops, I don't want to do that. I want to put in a callback function. Okay, and we're just going to use a set timeout just to delay it. And in here we'll put a function, and let's do resolve. We'll say, hey, I am a promise. And then we'll put a second parameter in here with the length. We'll say 2000. Oh, I just gotta put the parameters in here. This should be resolve and reject. Okay, so there's a promise. Now up here, let's see what we'll do. Let's do H2. We'll say promise, and then we want to add the async pipe. Okay, so when this promise resolves, it should pop up in this element here. So let's save that. Wait 2 seconds, and there it is. Okay, so it's a little tough to understand, especially if you don't understand promises, but we're going to get into asynchronous data later on using observables and promises. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video. In the next video, we're going to start to look at forms and also form controls and the form builder. Hey guys, in this video we're going to talk about forms and form controls. Okay, so we'll take a look at a couple slides and then we'll jump in and I'll give you some examples. So in Angular 2 we can use template driven forms. We can build forms using the Angular template syntax with form specific directives and techniques. Okay, of course this isn't the only way to build forms, but it does make things more dynamic and also more embedded in your application. So when you're working with a form for some kind of resource like a blog post or a user, something like that, you should create some kind of model that maps the type of data that's expected. Alright, so in this case here we're using the data from the documentation. This is a class called hero, which has a constructor, and we have our different fields here. Okay, and we're also using static typing to typecast them. So ID is a number, name is a string, power is a string, alter ego is a string, but this is also optional. Okay, when we put the question mark here, that makes it optional. Over here, we're basically instantiating a hero. We're saying, creating a variable called myHero, and then we say new hero, and we're passing in each value here. And then at the bottom, we're just console logging the name. So we'll get into that. Two-way data binding, we've talked about this quite a bit. So we have an input here, and it has an ng model right here, which is set to model.name, and down here we're using interpolation to use two-way data binding between the input and the actual component. So ng control tracks the state of the controls in the form. By setting ng control, we can create a directive that can tell if the user touched the control or not. We can also tell if the value changed. We can also tell if the value became invalid. Okay. Now, another cool thing about ng control is that it updates the specific classes so that we can make our UI more dynamic and helpful. So, for instance, if we have already clicked inside the input box, the class will change to ng touched. Okay, it'll start out as ng untouched. Once you click in it, you'll have this class attached to it, and you could give it, for instance, a green border or whatever it may be, whatever you want to do in terms of the UI. Okay, we also have ng dirty. which is if the control value has changed. If it hasn't, it'll be ng pristine. Okay, if the value is valid, it'll have an ng valid class. If not, it'll have an ng invalid class. Okay, so there's only so much I can explain through slides, so let's jump into our code editor and I'll give you some examples. Alright, so we're going to jump in and I'm going to show you some examples using form controls. First thing I want to do, I'm in a brand new quick start application and I want to create a new file here. And I'm going to call this post.ts. And this is just going to be a class that's basically going to be our model for our post resource. So let's say export class post. Oops. Alright, and we're going to have a constructor. Okay, and in our parameters here, we're going to define our fields. So we're going to say public ID, and that's going to be a number. Then we'll have public title, which will be a string. We'll do public category, string, body, and author, also a string. Okay, so that is our post class. Now I'm going to save that, and that's all we need to do in this file, so we'll close that up. And we're going to want to include that file up here, or import it. So we'll say post, and that's going to be from /post. Okay, now since we're going to be using form controls, we need to import something called ngForm. So we'll say import ngForm from, and that's going to come from Angular 2/common. Alright, and what's this? Has no exported member post. Let me just check that out. Post TS. Oh, I had it lowercase. Just going to change that. Alright. So, down in our component here, in our class, I'm going to define a couple things. So, I want a list of categories. So, I'm going to put these categories into an array, and then we're going to map them into our select list in a little bit. Alright, so let's say technology, business, and entertainment. Okay, so those are our categories. Now I'm going to create a property called model, and I'm going to set that to a new post. Okay, so for the ID, I'll just say 1, and title, we'll say post 1. And let's say this dot, whoops, this is going to be the category, so this is going to come from that array. So I'm going to say this dot categories 0, and then for the body we'll just say this is the body, and then the author, and there we go. Alright. Next thing that I want to define here is submitted. So submitted, whoops, that's going to be set to true by default. I'm sorry, false. Okay, so now what we'll do is let's build our form. So we're going to go up here, and I'm just going to change this title. We'll say add post. And I do want to use Bootstrap, so I'm just going to grab the CDN. And we're going to grab that CSS link here, copy, and then go to index.html. And right underneath our style CSS right here, we're going to say link rel equals style sheet. and just put in href and paste the link in. Okay, we'll save that, close that. Okay, so for the form, I'm going to paste in just a regular Bootstrap form without any Angular directives or anything like that yet. Alright, so let's go ahead and save it, make sure it shows up. Oh, you know what I need to do is just put a container around everything. Okay, so let's take a look at the form. We just have a form tag, no attributes or anything yet. Then we have some form groups with a label and an input, okay, with the class of form control just for Bootstrap. And then this right here, the select, you can see we're using ng4. Okay, we've already talked about that. This is just going to iterate through the categories. Okay, and we're getting those categories from right here. Okay, so there's a few things that we need to do here. First, we're going to add ng model to these inputs. Okay, so let's go to the title here. And remember, with ng model, we need to use square brackets and then parentheses inside. And then we're going to say ng model, and this will be equal to title. Okay, so now if I were to, let's say, put in double curly braces here and say title, then these should be bound together. So if I start typing, you can see it's also going right there. Alright, but we don't want that. What we do want is to copy this, and then we want ng models on all of the inputs. So inside the select tag, we'll paste that in and change this to category. Down here in text area, this is going to be the body, and then the author. Okay, so now we have our ng models. Actually, you know what I want to do is the ng models, instead of just having, for instance, title, it's going to be model.title. Okay, same thing with these other ones. Model.body and model.author. Alright. You know what I'm going to do is make this a little bigger. I like to have both of them, you know, evenly on the screen, but I think it's getting tough to read. So the next thing we want to do is we want to set up our ng controls. And like I said in the slideshow, ng control basically keeps track of the states. Okay, so let's go to our input for title, and we're going to say ng control, and we're going to set this equal to title. Okay, and I'm going to copy that, and we're going to put that in our select list here. Change this to category, and this one here, change it to body, and then of course author. Now, having these ng controls, they're going to not only keep track of the state, but they're going to add and remove classes for us depending on the state. So let me see if I can actually show you that from within our element view here. Let me reload. Okay, so for this title input, if you look down here, this input has some classes: ng untouched, ng pristine, and ng invalid. Okay, now if I start to type in there, you'll see that those changed to ng, well, we still have untouched, but we have ng dirty and ng valid. Okay, the reason that it's valid now is because we have that required on it. Okay, and it's looking at that, so it knows that there has to be something in there. Alright, now if we click outside of it, now you'll see that it's ng untouched is turned to ng touched. Okay, so just from clicking in there and then out, it changes that class. Okay, so you can do some pretty cool stuff with that. So what I want to do is just add a couple classes in our CSS. So I'm going to open up style.css and go to the bottom. Actually, you know what? No, I have a better idea. We don't want this in the main style sheet. What we can do is just add the styles to the component, which I don't think I've done yet with you guys. So let's do that. We're going to go right under the template, put a comma, and then we're going to say styles, and need to open up some brackets, and then put in some of those backticks. All right, and then we can put our styles here. So I'm going to paste this in. Okay, so we have ng valid, and this is going to give us a green border, and then ng invalid will give us a red border. So let's go ahead and save that. And now if we go to our form here, you'll notice that these two have a green border. Now the reason that these have it and these ones don't is because these two are set to required. Okay, right here. Alright, if I remove required from the category and save, now you'll see only title is wrapped in green. Alright, now if I click in here and I delete what's there, you'll notice that it's now red. Okay, because it's required but there's nothing in there, so we're getting that that ng invalid class. Alright, so it's pretty cool how they do this. Now since we have this this red border, it lets us know that this isn't valid the way it's in, but it's not telling us why. We know why, but the user might not, when, you know, another user. So what we want to do is we want a message to display telling us what's wrong. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go right under the title input, and we want to put in an alert. So we're going to say div class alert, and then alert danger, and let's say inside here we'll say title is required. Alright, now if I go ahead and save this and we look at it, you'll see that it's just there by default. Okay, no matter what. So what we want to do here is we want to use right in here hidden. Okay, inside brackets we're going to say hidden. Alright, now we want to set this equal to name dot valid or name dot pristine. Alright, so let's save that and see what happens. Okay, so it's still there. Now what we need to do is we need to use ng form. So in our input right here, let's go to the end of it, well, right before required. And we're going to use a local variable called title. So you want to use the number sign, then title, and you want to set that to ng form. Okay, and then we'll save that. And let me see what we're getting for an error. Oh, this shouldn't be named, this should be title. Okay, save. Okay, so now you'll see that it is valid. It has the green outline, but if I get rid of what's in there, then it tells us that it's required. Okay, as soon as I start typing, it goes away. Alright, so pretty cool. Now if you want to take it a step further and have validations like minimum length or even create your own custom validations, then you should probably use the form builder, which is another part of Angular 2, and we'll be taking a look at that next. In the last video we took a look at ng control and ng model and some other things that have to do with controls and forms. So what I want to do now is take a look at the form builder, which is another feature of Angular 2, okay, that will allow us to handle validations a little smoother. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we need to import a few things. Okay, so we're going to say import, and I'm going to break this up into separate lines. So first thing we need is control. We also need control group. We need the form builder. We need the validators. And then we also need something called form directives. Alright, and we're going to say from, and these are all going to come from Angular 2 / common. Now what I have here is just a very simple form that has two fields. It has a username and it has an email. Okay, and if you look at the form here, now this is a registration form. Obviously it's not complete. We don't have password and we don't have name and stuff like that. I just want to focus on two fields. Okay, so there's no Angular in here yet. It's just a straight Bootstrap form. Okay, now to get started we need to inject our form directives. So right after template we're going to go down here, put a comma, and say directives, and we just want to include form directives. Okay, once we do that, we're going to go into our class right here, and let's say form, and this is going to be our control group. Alright, so that's our control group. Now we need to also define our controls. So we have username, that's a control, and also email. Now in our constructor we need to inject the builder, the form builder. So we're going to call it, we'll say private builder form builder. Alright, and let's start with the username control. So we'll say this dot username, and we're going to set that to new control. Alright, now in here the first parameter is just going to be a blank string, just double quotes, and then we want to define our validators. So if you want to define more than one validator, then you want to say validators dot compose, okay, which we will have more than one. So in here we want some square brackets, and let's say validators dot required. Okay, this is how you specify which validators you want. There's validators dot required, there's min length, max length, and I think that's it. Any other ones you have to kind of create yourself, which I'll show you how to do. Alright, so we'll have validators required, and then we also want validators dot min length, but we need to specify the length, so let's say 3. Oh, actually this min length, the L should be capital. Alright, so we'll start with just the username control. Now what we want to do is come down here and say this dot form equals builder dot group, and in here we want to pass in some curly braces. We're going to specify username this dot username. Alright, now right here where it says form, that pertains to whatever you put here. Okay, it doesn't have to be called form, you can call it anything. And then builder should be whatever you have here, which doesn't have to be builder. Sometimes people use FB or something like that. So now let's go up to our form, and we want to go to our form tag right here, and we're going to put in some brackets, and then we want ng form model, and we want to set that equal to form, or whatever you have in this spot right here. Okay, that's going to basically link our control group to this form. Okay, now we want to go to our where is it? Our username input, which is right here, and we're going to add our ng control, and that's going to be set to username. All right, and since we're using validators, I'm not going to use this required right here. Of course you can, but just to avoid any confusion, I'm going to get rid of it. All right, so we have our ng control. And then what we want to do is when it's not validated, we want to disable the submit button. So we're going to go down into the button here, and we're going to put in some square brackets and then disabled, and we're going to set that equal to exclamation form.valid. Okay, so it should only be enabled if all the validations are set. Okay, so what we have here should work. Let's go ahead and save it and go to our form, reload, and you'll notice that the submit button can't be pressed in. Okay, if I type 1 character, still can't. If we go up to 3, now we can. Okay, so our validations are working. We have required and min length. So we also want to have some kind of message letting the user know why it's disabled, why it's not meeting the correct validations. So what we can do is go, let's see, where do I want to go? We'll just go right under the input here. And let's put in a div with an alert. Okay. So this one will say username required. Okay, we want multiple messages for multiple validations. So we're going to go into this div and use ngIf, and in here what we want to do is say username if username dot errors dot required, then this will show. Let's try that out. Okay, so it's showing because there's nothing in here. If I start to type, it goes away. Now I don't want it to show automatically like that, so what we're going to do is go right above that div we just created, and we're going to add in some conditions here as well. So we're going to say ngIf, let's say username dot dirty and username dot valid, except this should have a exclamation point if it's not valid, and not username dot pending. Alright, and then we just want to wrap that div. Okay, so now you'll see that it's not there by default, but if I type and then I go back, now it's there. Alright, so that's what we want. So we also want to check for the min length, so I'm going to copy what we have here, paste that in, and we're just going to change required to min length. Alright, and then right here we'll change the message. We'll say username needs to be at least 3 characters. Okay, so now if I start to type, let's put 1. Okay, you can see we're getting the message. 2, still getting it. 3, it goes away. So now let's move on to the email. Okay, so we want these same validations. So what we can do here is let's grab this, copy it, paste it in, and we're just going to change this to email. And we also want to include it down here. And then up here we're going to just copy, let's see, first we need to add the ng control. And then I'm just going to get this, all the errors. and we just need to change everything from username to email. Actually, you know what? We don't need the min length on the email. So I'm going to get rid of it there, and I'm also going to get rid of it down here. Alright, so if we go back, there we go. So these are included validations. Now you're probably going to want to create your own validations as well. For instance, the email, we want that to be a valid email address. We don't want to be able to submit that as an email. So we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call this one email validator.ts. Okay, and we're going to import control from Angular 2/common, and then we want to set interface validation result, and in here we're going to say key string, and it's going to return a Boolean. Alright, so you can return whatever you want. We're just going to return a key, a string, and a Boolean. So let's say export class and call this email validator. Okay, and we're going to say static, and we're going to create a function called invalid email. Okay, and that's going to take in control : control. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want an if statement, and that's going to say if control dot value dot match. Okay, and then this is just going to be a regular expression. Okay, a very long one. So I'm just going to grab it and paste it in. Okay, so I told you it was very long. Let me just go back to the beginning here. Okay, so it's basically this just makes it so that it has to match the format of an email address. Okay, now right here we're going to say return null, and then we also want an else, and we want to return an object which will be invalid email true. Okay, so basically if it matches this, then it's a valid email, so we're just going to return null. If it doesn't match this, it's not valid, then it's going to return invalid email true. Alright, so that's all we have to do. Let's save that. Alright, and then we're going to have to go back to our component, and we need to import that file. So we'll say import email validator from /email validator. Alright, now down here we need to bring it in. We're going to go right under the required email validator dot invalid email. Okay, and then up at the top, up in the form, we're going to add it here. So let me see, I'm just going to copy this one. Okay, and we just need to change this right here. Instead of required, we're going to put invalid email. Alright, and then we'll change the message to invalid email. Alright, let's try it out. Okay, so username, put whatever, email. Okay, so we're getting invalid email. If I make this, we'll say at something.com, and there we go. So now the button's enabled. That means that all of our validation is passed. Alright, so hopefully you guys learned a little something here and you liked it, and I'll see you in the next video. In this lecture, we're going to talk about routing in Angular 2. So up to this point, we've mostly been dealing with SPAs, or single page apps, where we didn't really need any kind of router or separate pages for separate components, but of course sometimes you're going to want that. You're going to want different URLs for different components and different pages. So I have my Angular 2 app here from the quick start, just a blank application, and what I'm going to do is open up my app component here, and we're going to have to import a couple things. Okay, so up here we're going to say import, and we want something called router directives. Okay, we also want something called route config and router. Okay, and those are going to be from Angular 2 / router. Okay, we also have to add something in the index.html file, so let's open that up. And I'm just going to copy this last script tag here, paste it in, and then we want to just change this Angular 2. We're going to change that to router, router.dev.js. Alright, so we can close that up. Now we're going to want to create a couple components because we need the components to route together and create some navigation. So let's create a folder. What I'm going to do is put each component inside of its own folder. Alright, so we'll create a folder called photos, and this is by no means a complete application, just some resources that we're going to use to route together. In the next section is where we'll actually build a full application. Okay, we're also going to create a folder called videos and also a folder called albums. Okay, so these will be all different components. In albums, let's create the file albums.component.ts. Okay, and our photos, we're going to want photos.component.ts. And of course in videos, we want videos.component.ts. Okay, now what I'll do is just copy what we have in the app component and put that in videos, and then I'm just going to change some things around. So for the selector, we're going to say videos, the h1 tag, videos, and then this right here is going to be videos component. Alright, so let's copy that. Actually, you know what? We don't need this router stuff. So we want to copy all that and paste it in photos TS, and also, well, actually, let's change this first. This is going to be photos component, photos, and also the heading. Alright, and then same thing with albums. And this will be albums component. Okay, so we have these three separate components. So let's go back to app component, and we need to import all of these. Okay, so we'll say import. Let's do videos component dot, actually it's just videos component from, okay, remember it's in its own folder, so we want to go to videos / videos dot component. Okay, I'm going to copy that. We got to do the same thing for the other two. This one will be photos. And this one will be albums. Okay. Now this router directives we need to include in our component decorator. So after the template, we're just going to put in directives. And let's say router underscore directives, just like that. Now what we'll do is go to our template, and actually let's just add in H1, we'll say component router, and we're going to have a nav. Okay, and then what we'll do is we're going to use A tags, and we're going to use router link. Okay, router link, this one is going to be set to photos, and we'll copy that. So we'll have photos, we'll have albums, and we'll have videos. Alright, so that alone isn't going to do it. We need to use the route config decorator. So we're going to go under the component decorator, and we're going to say at route config. Alright, and then inside here we're going to open up some brackets, and we want to create our routes. Okay, we're going to open up some curly braces, and first thing is going to be the path. So let's say slash photos is what we want the path, and then we'll do the name. This is the route name, which will be photos, and we also want a component, which will be photos component. Alright, so let's copy that. Okay, so this one here is going to be albums. And it'll be albums component, and then videos, alright, we don't want that semicolon there. Okay, so let's save it and check out what happens. Okay, so now we have our little navigation here, and if I click it, it's not going to do anything yet. So let's take a look at the console, and we're getting this no provider for router. So what we're going to do is go into the main.ts file, which is a file we don't usually edit, but we need to add the route providers in our within this Bootstrap function. So before we do that, let's do import router underscore providers, and that's going to be from Angular 2 / router. Okay, and then we just want to include that down here. We'll say router providers. And then there's one final thing we need to do. So we want to go to index.html and go right below the ending head tag, and we need to provide our base link, or our base route. So we're going to say base href equals /. Okay, just like that. So we'll save that, and now you can see we're not getting any errors anymore. And if I go ahead and click on photos, it's going to take us to /photos. Same thing with albums and videos. Now notice that we're not getting errors. It's going to the correct URL, but we're not seeing anything here. And if we look at one of our components here, photos component, it should be showing us the H1. Alright, so what we need to do is go back into the root app component, and in our view right here, we're going to go right under the navigation, and we need to specify the router outlet. Okay, just like that. So save, and now you can see we're on videos and it's showing us the heading, photos, albums. Okay, so now we can move from component to component using this navigation. And we can of course use these links within our within the component itself, which will load things much faster than if you were to just put a regular href a tag pointing to albums or whatever it may be. Okay, so that's how we can use the Angular 2 router. We'll get into this more in the project, and I will see you in the next video. Alright, in this section we're going to be taking a look at a really important part of Angular 2, and that is observables and asynchronous data. Okay, so asynchronous data, we'll be covering observables in depth, also the HTTP module, which is often used with observables, and also the lifecycle methods and hooks that are available in Angular. So some of the lectures, lecture 1, we have the introduction you're watching now. Lecture 2, it will be an introduction to observables. 3 will be working with observables and the HTTP module, and then 4 will be on using the HTTP module, where we'll look into it a little more in depth. Lecture 5 will be returning observables from a service, and lecture 6 will be on the lifecycle methods and hooks. I'll also show you how to use a loader icon. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Alright, so we're going to start to talk a little bit about observables. So observables are a method of handling asynchronous data streams. Alright, we'll go over what that means in a second. Okay, observables are part of the Reactive Extensions Library, or RxJS. If you remember when we first installed the Quick Start, Reactive Extensions was one of the dependencies. Observables are very flexible. They can use a push or pull pattern, which I'll go over in a second. They get their name from the observer design pattern, and they're also a proposed feature of ES7 or ES 2016. So asynchronous data streams. So there's a few things that can classify as asynchronous data streams. So we have DOM events. So this can be a click or a key up or some other kind of event where data arrives asynchronously. Okay, we also have WebSockets. You can think of WebSockets kind of like an open door between the client and the server. And they're used a lot in real-time applications like chat, things where the data is sent across the client and the server instantly. Okay, and we'll be using WebSockets throughout the course. Another one is web workers, which have to do with asynchronous background tasks. All right, we're not going to deal too much with that, but it is an example of an asynchronous data stream. And then AJAX calls are not really an open stream, but they can still utilize observables. So even though it's not a stream, the data is still going to arrive asynchronously. Okay, so push and pull. When using observables, we can use a push or a pull pattern. With the push, we subscribe to the source stream and will react to new data as it comes in, as it's made available to us. When using a pull pattern, we're using the same operations but synchronously. So this happens when using things like arrays, generators, or iterables. Observable example using the HTTP module. Okay, so if you don't understand what's going on here, that's absolutely fine. We haven't talked about the HTTP module yet, which we'll get to, and is used very commonly with observables. All right, so we have our constructor, and we're using the HTTP module, which we have to we have to inject here as a dependency, and then we can call a GET request on a URL. All right, and then what we're going to do is subscribe to that data and then do whatever we want to do with the response. In this case, we're putting it in data.body. I'm sorry, we're putting it in this.response. Okay, so we'll get into more of this as we move along. So you can also create a observable from event. So here we have a variable called keyups, and we're setting it to observable.fromEvent. And then this right here would be some element. Okay, so you could use jQuery or some other method to select an element and then specify the event, which in this case is a keyup. Okay, and then down here we can use something called value changes to basically monitor that event through an observable. Okay, we're calling subscribe, and then we're just going to log it to the console. Okay, so we can track the events or track the data rather through that event. So observables and forms, we can use something called the control service, which we haven't talked about yet, but we will get into. For forms which have a property of .value changes, that returns an observable that we can subscribe to. Okay, so again, we have this value changes as you saw on the last slide, and this is just a simple example of how we would do that. Okay, down here we're saying this.email.valuechanges.subscribe, and we're just setting the value to this.data. Okay, and this is using arrow functions down here, which is part of the ES6 standard. Okay, observables have a lot of different operators that you can use to do different things with the data. Map is probably the one we'll be seeing the most. So with map, it'll create a new array with the results of calling a provided function on every element in that array. All right, and we'll see some examples of that. We also have concat, merge, and a bunch of other ones that we'll go into later on. So here's an example of using some of those operators. Okay, so we're doing the same thing as we saw above. We're subscribing here, and we're just pushing, we're taking that data and pushing it into this.doctors. All right, but you can see we have some operators in between the get request and the subscribe. Okay, we have flat map. So what this does is it transforms an observable by applying a function that you specify to each item emitted by the source observable. And then filter does just that. It's going to filter. In this case, we're saying we want to filter the results where the person.id is greater than 5. Okay, here we have map again, which in this case we're using it to put doctor before each person's name. All right, and then we're just subscribing here. So promises. In Angular 1, the queue service used promises. Okay, we didn't have observables. We used promises instead of just standard callbacks. Okay, a promise represents the eventual result of an operation. So basically, it represents an operation that hasn't completed yet, but it will sometime in the future. All right, so you can use a promise to specify what to do when an operation eventually succeeds or fails. And a promise is execute asynchronous functions in series by registering them with a promise object. All right, and if you have used Angular 1 before, then you're probably pretty familiar with this approach. So here's an example of a promise. So we're using the Angular 1 HTTP module here. We're calling get on a URL, and then we're using .then, where we can have our callbacks here. We have one for success, and we have a callback for failure. Okay, which we're just logging some data to the console. Okay, so that's a really simple example of a promise, and we're not going to really get into them in this course. Here's some disadvantages of promises, reasons why you would probably use observables instead. Promises register up to 3 callbacks: success, error, and notifications. You cannot cancel a promise in flight. Okay, observables can actually be canceled. They can be retried. Promises can't. They cannot get more than one answer later on from a promise. So observables emit multiple values over time, which of course is a a pretty nice advantage over promises. Observables are also more comprehensive, and like I said, they can be retried. Alright, so that's it for the slides. Let's go ahead and jump into our code editor and we'll start to look at observables. So before we jump in and look at observables, I just want to go over the HTTP module and just HTTP requests in general, because observables are often used with HTTP. Okay, so an HTTP client sends a request to a server in the form of a request message. And there's different types of HTTP requests, which I'll go over in a second. And we can use the Angular HTTP module to send and receive requests. So here's a list of the more common request methods, the methods we'll be working with. There are others, but these are the ones you'll see the most. Okay, so a GET request just retrieves information from a server using a URI or a URL. And GET requests are read-only, and they don't affect the data on the server in any way at all. It's strictly read-only. A POST request is used to send data to the server. So this would be through a form, for instance, customer information, uploading a file, things like that. A PUT request is used to do updates or replace data on the server, and then of course delete will delete the data on the server. So Angular 2 works a little differently when working with HTTP requests. So Angular 1 used something called the $HTTP module, which returned promises. Promises basically ask the server for something for a later time. In Angular 2 it works a little different. The HTTP module returns observables through reactive extensions. Alright, so observables are recommended, but promises are also available. Observable streams give more flexibility when it comes to handling responses from HTTP requests. And of course, we'll talk about observables throughout this section. Okay, so Angular 2 comes with a set of injectable providers for HTTP, which are imported using HTTP_providers. Okay, and some of the things that it includes is the HTTP module, JSON-P for working with just GET requests on other domains, request options, response options, and there's a few more as well. So here's an example of using the HTTP module, sending a GET request, and also subscribing to an observable. Alright, so it's a function called getFoods, and we're using this.http.get. Okay, so that we're sending a GET request to this URI here, which is just a JSON file. Here we're calling .map, which is used to manipulate the data in any way we'd like. We want to parse with JSON and return JSON content. Then we're calling .subscribe, and in here we have three different event handlers. So the first one is on next. Basically what we're going to do here is assign the data that's returned to this.foods. So then it will be available to the rest of our component. And this can be ran as many times as needed, okay, which is a very big advantage of observables. You also have on error for when there's an error. In this case, we're just calling console.error. Then we have on completed, which runs once all the data is returned. In this case, we're just console logging the string done. So let's take a closer look at the subscribe event handlers. So onNext receives an HTTP response data as an observable, and this observable will support streams of data and can also be called multiple times. The onError event handler just runs if the server returns an error like a 404 or something like that. OnCompleted executes after the observable is finished returning the data. Okay, so after everything's all set, OnCompleted will run. So you can also have multiple concurrent HTTP requests using something called fork join. So in here you can see there's a function called getBooksAndMovies. We're calling observable.forkJoin, and then we have our two GET requests here, which are requesting from different resources, so books.json and movies.json. And notice we're calling map here as well. And then down in subscribe, we're assigning the data here Okay, so the first array object here, data 0, is being assigned to this dot books, and then data 1 to this dot movies. So we'll have these both both objects available within our component. Okay, and then we just have the error down here. So HTTP-based APIs. So there's two main ways that we can get asynchronous data. So an XML HTTP request, or XHR, retrieving data from a URL without having to do a page request or page refresh, often used with AJAX. Okay, we also have JSONP, which works with JSON APIs without needing to be on the same domain. Alright, so JSONP is GET requests only. The Angular HTTP client library simplifies application programming of both of these APIs. So cross-domain resources, most browsers have a same origin policy, which prevents us from making requests to other domains that our application is not on. Sometimes we need to do this in a couple ways. We can use JSONP, but that's GET requests only. You can also use something called CORS, which is cross-origin resource sharing, but that includes configuring the server to let the server know which domains are okay to share with. This goes on beyond the scope of this course, so we're not really going to get into CORS too much. All right, here's an example of JSONP. So we have our service to do service, and in our constructor we have to include the JSONP dependency, and then in our get to do's function we're just going to call this .jsonp.get. Okay, just like we would call this .http get. Okay, so that's going to be it for the slides. In the next video we're going to jump into some code and show you how to use the HTTP module along with observables. Alright, so we can finally start writing some code here in this section. So what we're going to do, I have a brand new Angular 2 application which is using the Quick Start, which we've been using along in the course. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a new component for blog posts, and we're going to fetch some data from JSON placeholder. Okay, so if you go to jasonplaceholder.typeacode.com, this gives you basically just a free JSON API with different resources that you can use for free. Okay, so we have posts, comments, albums, photos, to-dos, and users. And you can see the routes we have here as well. Okay, we have posts, we have a single post, a post comments, and so on. Okay, and if we click on one of these, you can see the data that we're going to get. Okay, so that's what we'll be using as our service or our API. Now what we're going to do is create a new component. So we're going to go into the app folder here, and let's create, new file, and this will be called posts.component.ts. Alright, so let's copy the structure of our main app component here and just paste that in. Make sure you're in the TS file, not the JS. And we're going to change the selector to posts, and make sure we change the name of the component to posts component. Alright, now we're going to go to our root app component here, app.component.ts, and we need to do a few things. Okay, so first we're going to import the HTTP providers that we talked about in the last slide. So we want import HTTP underscore providers, and that's going to be from Angular 2/HTTP. Now, before we do anything else here, the HTTP module actually isn't included by default in our HTML. Okay, so what we're going to do is open up index.html, and it's not included in here as a resource. Okay, so we're going to have to add it ourselves. So let's copy this right here and just paste that in like that. And then all we want to do is let's change this to http.dev.js. Okay, just like that. So we'll save that, close that up, and we're going to have to import our post component here as well. So we'll say import posts from /post.component. Okay, let's see, is that right? Has no exported member posts. Oh, it's that's not what we want. It's supposed to be post component. There we go. Okay, so we're importing that. Now down here we also have to add our providers. So right here we'll say providers, and we're going to need this to be an array, and we're going to have http_providers. Okay, we also want to include the directive for our component. So right here we're going to say directives, and that's also an array. And in here we're going to specify post component. Alright, and then finally in our main template here, we're going to put in some tags for posts. And that should be whatever you used as your selector in your post component. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Alright, so now we have two of these headings. That's because in our post component, that's what we have for our template. Alright, so I'm going to just get rid of that. And we're going to use our backticks here for our template. That way we can use separate lines. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to import the HTTP module itself. So up here we're going to say import. We want HTTP from Angular 2/HTTP. And then we need to inject it into our constructor. Okay, so in here we're going to say HTTP. Let's actually mark this with an underscore. Alright, and then what we'll do here is we'll make our GET request. So we'll say underscore HTTP.get. And let's grab the URL, which is going to be this right here. Actually, you know what we'll do is set this as a property up here. We'll say URL, and in our constructor, we'll say this dot URL is equal to, and then we'll paste that in. Okay, and then down here in our GET request, we'll pass in the URL. Okay, now we need to set our observable, so we're going to say dot subscribe, and I usually like to put this on a separate line like that. And then in our subscribe we're going to say data, and this should actually be this dot URL. And this data should actually be in parentheses inside of the parentheses. Alright, and then what we're going to do is we're going to set that to code block, and in here we'll say this dot response is going to be equal to data dot underscore body. Okay, and then response we have to add up here as well as a property. This response. Okay, so that should be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Even though that dot's there, it's nothing to worry about. So what we want to do now is we want to output this response. Alright, so up in our template, what we're going to do is let's just put a heading here. And we can just put in the response, but we're going to put in a code block so that it's formatted correctly, because we just want to see the JSON. And then in here we can use interpolation with our double curly braces, and we can just say response. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and go back to our application, and now you can see we're getting all of those posts. So this is probably the simplest way to make an HTTP GET request, get an observable, and show the results. So in the next video I want to show you how we can make this a little better. According to best practices, we should have our request inside of a service, not just right inside of the component like this, and definitely not inside the constructor. Okay, we want to set up our own functions for this, and we'll also get to use lifecycle methods like ng, on, and init. So we'll get to that stuff in the next video. Alright guys, in the last video I showed you how to set up the HTTP module and how to subscribe to an observable, and you can see we're just outputting the JSON content on our web page. So what I want to do now is show you how to optimize this a little bit. We're going to create a service, and we want to use we want to make the request from the service, and I'm also going to show you how to use operators like map and just follow best practice a little more. Alright, so let's create a new service. Now in our app folder we're going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this post.service.ts. Okay, let's open that up. And first thing we want to do here, we want this to be injectable, so we're going to say import injectable, and that's going to be from Angular 2/core. Okay, next thing we're going to do is we're going to import the HTTP and the HTTP providers. So I'm going to grab this, and we can actually get that out of our component and put that here. And then I'm just going to add on to this and just say HTTP underscore providers. Okay, and then down here we're going to say at injectable, and then we'll create our class. So we want to say export class, and this will be called post service. Okay, and let's just get rid of those actually, and I want to grab this .url, and that's going to go, actually you know what we'll do is paste that in, and I'm going to just get rid of this and say private URL equals that, and then we'll create our constructor. Okay, now to use our HTTP service, we're going to put that in here. So private underscore HTTP, just like that. Okay, now under our constructor, we're going to call a function, or create a function rather, called getPosts. Okay, and then in here, let's grab, we'll grab this whole thing right here. Alright, and we can actually just get rid of, we'll just get rid of all this. Not the constructor though. Take that out. Alright, so that's good for now. So we'll save that and go back into the service, and we'll paste that in. Okay, so we're using our HTTP module here. We do want to, this is this .url, that's good. Instead of doing what we did here, I'm going to use the map operator. Okay, so actually, you know what? Let's get rid of this whole thing. Okay, so we're going to have to, obviously we want to return, and then we'll say this dot underscore HTTP dot get. Okay, and then we want to pass in this dot URL. Let's call it post URL. Okay, so this dot post URL, and then we're going to say dot map, and in here we'll say response and res.json. Okay, we want to parse this as JSON. So let's add a typing to this. This is gonna get post is gonna be an observable. So what we can do here is we'll put a colon, and then we're gonna say observable, and go like that, and say post. Okay, now we have to create this post type. So what we're going to do is create another file, and we'll call this post.ts, and we'll say export. Now instead of class, we're actually going to use interface. Okay, so we'll say export interface post, and let's decide what fields we're going to have. Let's take a look at this, at the data we're actually getting. We have user ID, ID, title, and body. Alright, so we're going to include those. So let's say user ID, and we're going to type that. It's going to be a number type. We'll have an ID, and I want this to be optional. So what we're going to do is put a question mark here, and that'll make it so it's not required. And that's also going to be a number. We're going to want title, that's going to be a string, and then body, also a string. Okay, and that's it. So we'll save that, and then we have to actually include that up here in our service. So we'll say import post from posts. Actually, that should be /posts. Right? Oh no, post singular. Okay. Now, the reason we have this red line here is because we don't have, we need to import observable up here. So let's say import observable from, and this is a reactive extension, so we'll say from rxjs/observable. Now another thing we need to import up here is map. By default, it's not going to know what this is, what map is. So up here we're going to say import, and then we're just going to say rxjs/add/operator/map. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this. And now we're going to go to our main app.component.ts file. And let's bring that service in. So this was what? Post service. That's going to be ./post.service. Okay, and then we're also going to add that as a provider. Okay, so let's save that, and then we're going to go into our post component, and we need to import it here as well. I'll just grab it from here. And we need to inject it, and that goes in the constructor. So we're going to say private underscore post service, and then post service. And then in our constructor, whoops, for now, we're going to say this dot underscore post service dot, I think we called it get posts, and we're going to add to the end here dot subscribe dot subscribe, and then in here we'll say posts. We're going to use arrow functions to a code block, and let's say console.log posts. So I just want to log them to the console for now. In the template here, I'm just going to get rid of this div. Alright, so let's save that and see what we get. Okay, so now you can see down here in the console we're getting 100 objects. Okay, remember from this API it gives us 100 different posts. Okay, you can see right here. So if we click this little arrow, you can see each individual one, and you can see it has a body, an ID, a title, and a user ID. Okay, so we're successfully fetching these posts from this API. Now we're returning this data in the constructor. Okay, so we're calling getPost in the constructor, which isn't the best practice. What we should be doing is using onInit, which is a lifecycle method. So in the next video, we're going to briefly cover lifecycle methods and hooks, and we'll show you how to get this out of the constructor and make it a little more towards using best practice. Hey guys, in this lecture we're going to talk a little bit about lifecycle methods and lifecycle hooks. So if you've ever used React.js in the past, which is a front-end JavaScript library, and you have used the lifecycle methods, this is pretty similar to that. Alright, so a lifecycle is attached to Angular components, and these are basically functions that will run when certain events happen within your component. Alright, so this could be the initialization, this could be when certain data is bound to it, when properties change, or before removing it from the DOM. And we have what's called hooks that give us the ability to hook into these moments and perform different actions. Okay, that might be fetching data from a server, that could be just running a function that does pretty much anything, whatever you'd like to happen at these moments. Okay, so this is a list of the different methods and hooks that we can use. So ng onInit is just that, it's on initialization. So every time your component is rendered, it's going to run this hook that you can do certain things in. ng onChanges is after data is bound to a property. This method also receives a changes object of current and previous states. ng doCheck, this runs every detection run, so whenever change detection is ran, ng doCheck will fire off. ng onDestroy, this is cleanup just before Angular destroys the component. This is where you would unsubscribe observables and things of that nature. So ng after content init, this is going to run when your directive's content has been fully initialized. And then ng after content checked is going to run after every check of that directive's content, or that component's content. And then ng after view init is going to run when your component's view has been fully initialized. And the last one, ng after view checked, will run after every check of your component's view. Okay, and these run in a specific order, and this is the order. So ng onChanges is first, ng onInit, and so on. And of course, ng onDestroy is last. Alright, so let's jump into the code, and I'm going to just give you a quick example on some of these, and we'll go from there. Alright, so as I mentioned in the last video, having our service function getPost called in our constructor isn't really best practice. You want to keep your constructor code very short. You want just basic initializations, things like that. So what we're going to do is up at the top here, in addition to including component from Angular 2 Core, we're also going to want onInit. Okay. when you want to use one of these lifecycle hooks, you need to include it or import it up at the top. Okay, and then we also need to go to where we define our class post component, and we're going to add on to that and say implements and whatever the hook is or the method, which is going to be on init. Then we want to go under the constructor, and if we just say on init like that, that's not going to work. And you can see up here, if I click on this, it says that we're incorrectly implementing interface on init. And the reason for that is we can't just use on init, we need to prefix it with ng. Okay, now you can see that that error went away. So what we want to do is we want to grab our post service call here, cut it out, and we're going to paste that inside of ng on init. And if we go ahead and save this, we should get the same result. Okay, so we're getting all of our posts fetched and put in our console. Now, just to give you an example of another lifecycle method, let's go up here and also import, we want do check. Okay, and do check will run after any kind of content detection. Okay, so we need to also implement it right here. And then down here we'll say ng do check. And let's just do console.log, and we'll say do check has run. Alright, so let's save it. Okay, and then you'll notice down here we get do check has run after any kind of change detection. So if data is bound, if something is initialized, if something is destroyed, that's going to run. And just to prove it, let's go ahead up and put in a button up here, and we'll put some parentheses, say click equals, just say click me, which is a function. Okay, so when that's going to run, it's going to run something called click me. And we'll just console.log clicked. Alright, so now we have this button. If I click it, obviously we get clicked because that's what it does, but you can also see that do check has run, okay, every time I click it. Alright, and you can experiment with the rest of the lifecycle methods if you'd like. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this stuff. We don't want that. It's not part of our application. Alright, actually we want to get rid of this do check, ng do check. So right now we're just logging our we're logging our post to the console, which isn't very helpful. We want to put these in our page up here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to set a new property in our class called posts, and it's going to have the type of post, which is going to be an array. Now, we're getting an error here because it doesn't know what to do with this. We have to actually import, remember the file we created here, where is it? Post ts, right here. Okay, so we created this interface that any object with the type of post has to follow. Okay, so we just have to include this file, and we included it in our service, so we can just copy it. Copy that and put that in our component, and that error should go away. Okay, now what we want to do is where we're console logging posts, we want to get rid of that, and we're going to assign this dot posts equal to posts. Okay, so now it's in our properties. So let's go up here and bind it, and we're going to use ng4 because it's an array that we need to loop through. So we'll create a div here, and we'll say asterisk ng4. Okay. And then here we're going to use our number sign and then say post, post, and then of posts, plural. Okay, so for each post, what do we want? Let's get the title, and we'll put that in an H3. So we'll say title, and then we'll do, let's see what the data looks like again. Okay, so we have body, ID, title. So we'll just do the title and body, just to be simple. Okay, so in paragraph, we'll say body, and let's put an HR underneath. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save that. And let's see, it's not showing here. Oh, let's do post.title and post.body. There we go. Now notice when we load the page, it takes a second, or not a second, but you can see that it takes a little time for it to load. So a nice way to kind of make that a little more attractive is we could add some kind of spinner. We can add a graphic. So what I'm going to do is let's go to Font Awesome. I don't know the exact URL. Okay, so it looks like it's fortawesome.github.io/fontawesome. And what we want to do here is look at the icons, and let's see. There should be some kind of spinning icon right here, spinner icons. Alright, so we're going to grab one of these, but first we need to include the CSS file inside of our index file, index.html. Alright, so let's grab that. And I just want to use the CDN. I'm not going to download any files. So we'll grab this right here. And let's go in here. No, we want to go up here. Create a link tag here. This is going to be style sheet. And then we'll have href. And we'll paste that link in. And that should do it. So let's save it. And then let's go back to our component, and what we're going to do is create a property right here called isLoaded. Alright, and by default we want that set to false. Okay, actually, you know what, let's call it isLoading, and we'll set it to true by default. I think that's a better way to do it. Alright, and then what we want to do is go down to our ng on init, and inside of this subscribe, right above where we're setting the post, we're going to set this dot is loading. We're going to set that to false. Okay, so when the component's rendered, it's going to be set to true, but once the posts are actually fetched, it's going to get set to false. Alright, and then what we want to do is up here, we're going to check for that. So we'll go right above the posts, and let's put in a div, and then we're going to use ngIf. Okay, so we'll say ngIf equals is loading. Okay, so if it's loading, it's going to show whatever we put in here, and what we're going to do is grab one of those spinners. Okay, so let's see this one here. We'll grab this, paste that in like that. Now for it to actually spin, we need to add another class here. Okay, we're going to say fa-spin, and we're also going to increase the size by saying fa-3x. Alright, so let's save that, and now you can see when we reload, right before the posts are loaded, we get that spinning icon. Okay, which is kind of cool. You might want to use some CSS and put it in the middle of the page. I think that would look a little better, but that's fine for us. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video, guys, and I will see you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome to section 6. This is your project introduction. In this section we'll be building a project, an application called Client Tracker. Okay, now this is an application that will allow you to create groups and also create clients and assign them to a group. Okay, so let's first take a look at clients. So this is the dashboard, basically just an introduction or a landing page. So if I click clients, it takes us to a table with our existing clients. From here we can search or filter. So you'll see if I put a J in here, it's going to start to filter the name or the email, whatever field starts with a J. And if we go on and put an O in there, you can see now we're down to just one record, which is John Doe. Okay, and it doesn't have to be the name field. We could even do the phone number, so 978, and now you'll see as I type, it filters them down. Okay, so really nice feature. And what we can do is we can edit these by clicking this button here. So let's say we want to change John Doe. We'll change him to, let's say he moved to, we'll say Mill Street. Submit. And now if we click on John Doe, you'll see that he lives on Mill Street. Okay, this is the individual view. You can also edit from here. If you want to add a client, we can click Add Client, and let's just say Test Client. Actually, we'll just put that as the last name. Group. Okay, you can see we can choose our group. Email. We'll say test@test.com, and that's fine. So submit. Oh, we need the phone number. That's required. We'll just put something. Submit. And now we have our test client here, and that's all set. Okay, if you want to delete, we can simply click delete. If I reload, it should stay deleted. Okay, and then groups is basically the same exact functionality. It doesn't have the search or filter option, but you could easily do that if you'd like. But what we have is just an ID and a name. Okay, just like with the clients, we can edit the group names. Let's say group 3, and you can see that it changed. Okay, so it's pretty simple, but a lot of the stuff we'll be doing is a good foundation in just about any type of CRUD app, so any application with create, read, update, and delete. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. Hopefully you enjoy it and find it useful, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so we're going to start to build our client tracker application. Now we're going to be using something called Firebase for data storage, and it offers a free remote NoSQL database. Basically you store things in JSON documents. Really easy to use, really nice API. So you'll have to go to firebase.com and go ahead and create a free account. Once you do that, you can log in and you should see a screen like this. Okay, so what we want to do is create a new app. And I'm doing this now just because it's so easy and so quick to set up. We might as well get it out of the way. So for the app name, it's going to be Client Tracker. Alright, now it says the URL is not available. This has to be unique. So someone else obviously has this. So I'm going to call it Client Tracker App. Alright, and yours will have to be something different. We could do Client Tracker App 01, 02, whatever you'd like. So we're going to click Create New App, and it's as simple as that. Now if we click Manage App, it'll take us to the interface where we would see our data here. And you can store it in whatever format you'd like. It's very, very flexible. What we'll have is 2 collections, one for groups and one for clients. And we'll get to this a little later. So now that that's set up, we can start to create our files. So we're going to be using Angular 2 Quick Start. So if you want to go to this GitHub page, and what we need to do, actually you don't need to go to the page because we're just going to clone it. So we just want to grab this here, copy that, and then I'm going to go to, let's see, I'm going to my C drive, and then I have a folder called Projects. What I'm going to do is open a command line in that folder. I'm using the Git Bash tool, so we have this little context menu we can use, and that'll actually bring us to that location. Alright, and then I'm going to just paste in what I copied, and I'm going to get rid of this My Proj at the end, and we're going to call it Client Tracker. Okay, so that should create the Client Tracker folder and all the files, which I'm going to add to Atom, which is my text editor. So we'll say add project folder, and we want let's see, C drive, projects, client tracker. Alright, so these are all the files and folders that are being created. Okay, so now what we want to do is CD into client tracker, and we want to install all of our dependencies. So we need to do npm install. Okay, and obviously you need Node.js and npm installed on your system, which we did back in section 1, I believe. Now there's one other thing we need to do, and that is install the Firebase typings. Okay, what we're going to be using is we're using Firebase, so we need those typings, which we need to install separately. So to do this, first we need to install typings globally. So we're going to say npm install typings, and then add this -g at the end. That means that it's going to be installed globally. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is we're going to say typings install Firebase, and then we have to add a couple of flags here. We're going to say -- ambient, and then -- save. And Firebase. Alright, so that should be all set. Now let's go ahead and run the app. So we're going to say npm start, and that'll do all its TypeScript compiling and all that, and then it'll run the server. Okay, and there's our application. I'm just going to open the console because I like to see what's going on the client side. But what we want to do now is start to create our files and folders. So I'm going to open up our project folder in Windows here. So we want client tracker, and go into the app folder, and we're going to create a couple things. So we're going to be working with clients and groups. Okay, so I'm going to create a separate folder for both of those things. Okay, so we have clients, groups, and we also have a dashboard area, so I'm going to create a folder for that as well. Now the way I'm structuring this isn't mandatory. This is just the way that I like to do it. Feel free to structure it however you'd like. Just make sure when you put in your imports and stuff like that, that it's going to the correct place. So in each of these folders, we're going to want a components folder. Okay, we're going to want a components folder, and also in our clients folder, we're going to want a services folder. Now in the clients components folder, we're going to have a couple files. First one is going to be our client list. So client-list.components.ts. Okay, we're also going to need, and you'll see that when we create the TS, since we're running the server in watch mode, it automatically compiles them into the JavaScript file and the JavaScript map file. Alright, so let's create another one, and this is going to be for the form to add clients. So we'll call this add client dot component. Oh, what did I put components plural for that. I'm going to change that in a second. So component.ts. Okay, and then for the list that we just created, I'm going to get rid of the JavaScript files that were compiled and just change this, rename it to client list component. Okay, and that should run again and then compile the JavaScript. Okay, so those are two components. Now we're also going to need a details component. So let's say new file, and this one will be client details dot component dot ts. Okay, we're also going to need let's see, we need an edit view as well and edit components. So let's say new file, and this will be edit client.component.ts. Alright, and I realize it's quite a bit of files. We're just going to do one by one, but I just want to get them set up. Okay, so that should be it for that. For our services folder, we're going to have one service. So this will be called client.service.ts. Okay, and then we're going to go into our groups here. And same thing, we're going to create a folder called components. We're going to create a folder called services. Okay, in components, let's see, we're going to want, not that. We're going to want our list, so we'll say group-list.component.ts. We're also going to want our add form component, so let's say new document. This one will be add group.component.ts. Okay, we're going to need let's see, we're going to need an edit. So this will be edit dash group.component.ts. And that should be it for group components. Now for the service. Okay, this is going to be called group.service.ts. Alright, so now for the dashboard folder. In the dashboard, we're not going to have any services. We're just going to have one component. So let's create a folder called components and create one file here, which is going to be called dashboard.component.ts. Alright. Now we will have some other stuff. For instance, in our client, for our clients, we're going to have a pipes folder, but I'm not going to do that now. We'll get into that later on. But I think this is a good structure to start with. So in the next video. Alright guys, so we have our applications file structure set up. Now we're going to jump in and start to write some code. So let's open up our root component, which is this app component TS file. And we know that we're going to have to import all of our other components that we have. So let's go right here, and to do that we can say import. For instance, let's get the client list component. So we can say client list component from, and that's going to be, and it's really important to understand your structure. So we're in the app component TS, so we want to go into the clients folder and then into components and then link it from there. Okay, so we'll say ./clients/client-list.component. Now notice we still have this error here, and that's because we haven't exported this yet from that file. Once we do that, that should go away. So there's a lot that we have to import here, so I'm going to just paste these in. Okay, so let's take a look at what we have. We have the client list, we have the add client component, we have the edit client component, we have the details component. Okay, those are for the clients. For the group, we have add group, we have edit group, and we have group list. Alright, so this is going to include all those components, but we need to make sure that we put some code in there and actually export these so that we can get rid of these errors. So let's save this one. Alright, now let's go into our client component. We want the client list .component.ts. Alright, and what we'll do is copy what we have in our app component. Okay, and then we'll paste that in. We obviously don't want all these imports. We just want the top one, which is the main component. Alright, now for the selector, let's change that to client list. Okay, and down here you want to export client list component. Alright, so if we go ahead and save that and go back to app components, now you can see that that error is gone from this one because we're actually exporting this. Okay, so we want to do that to all of our components. So I'm going to copy this and let's go into our add client and we'll just change this to add client H1. We'll change this. Actually, you know what we'll do is instead of using quotes, we'll use our backticks so that we can use multiple lines. Then we'll just put an H1 and this will say add client. Okay, and then we want to change this here to add client component. Okay, so now that error should be gone. And let's just go back into the list and just change this here, the template. Put in our backticks. Okay, so this will just say clients. Save that, and then let's copy this, what we have here. Let's go into our client details component, paste that in, change this. And this can be very tedious, but I like to get it over with just so we have everything interconnected how we're supposed to. Okay, so that should get rid of the error. Oops, where are we? Yep, okay, so now let's do this one, edit client. We'll paste that in. Change this to edit client, change the heading. Okay, and then this here will be edit client component. Okay, so that should be all the client components. I'm going to close these up. Okay, so you can see the errors are gone from those. Now let's do the group ones. So we'll go to groups, components. Let's open up the add group. Okay, we'll say add group, and then we want to export add group component. Okay, so let's go into our edit group component, and I'll just copy what we have here. It's pretty similar. Edit, edit, and edit. Okay, and now the group list component. Say groups and change this to group list component. Save it, and now in our app component we should now not have any more errors here. Now while we're at it, we might as well set up our services as well. Okay, so what we need to do in the root app component, we need to import those service files. So up at the top here, we'll say import, and let's do group service, and that's going to be from, and we want to go to ./groups/services/group.service. Okay, and we'll do the same thing with the client service. Okay, this will go to client services and then client service. Alright, so notice that we're having errors here because we're not exporting these yet. So let's go into our, we'll start with the group service. And first thing we want is we want the injectable because we want to be able to inject this service. So let's say import we want to import injectable from, and this is going to be from Angular 2/core. Okay. Now we're going to be working with observables and stuff like that, but I'm just doing the bare minimum right now for this service to actually be injected. Alright, so down here we're going to say at injectable, which is a decorator, and then we want our class. So we'll say export class group service. Okay, and let's say private groups, and we're also going to have a single private group, and we're going to have a constructor, and that's all I'm going to have for now. So let's just save that. And let's see, if we go to our app component, now you can see we have no more error with the group service. So we want to do the same with clients. Let's copy that and go into our client service, paste that in, and we're just going to change this to client service, and we're going to change this to clients and change this to just client. Alright, so we'll save that, and now we shouldn't have any more errors here. Now, one more thing I want to put in that I forgot is the dashboard component. Alright, so let's put that up here. Let's say import dashboard from, actually it's going to be dashboard component from dot slash dashboard slash components slash dashboard dot component. Okay, and then we'll just go and let's copy what we have in one of these components. Doesn't really matter which one at this point. Let's go to our dashboard, paste that in, and we'll just change this and the H1. Okay, change this here to dashboard component, and we should be good. Alright. Now, in the next video, we're going to implement our router, okay, because we need a way to switch between components, because, for instance, the client list component is going to be on one page, and the add client component is going to be on another. So we need a router to be able to switch back and forth between pages. Okay, so I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, in this video we're going to be working with the router, okay, because we want a way to be able to navigate between components and between our pages in our application. So we have to include something called router providers, and we want to do that at the most root level we can. So that would be in our main. We're going to go to main.ts, okay, where we're actually bootstrapping our root app component. So we want to add to this, and we just want to say import router underscore providers. Okay, we want to import that from, and here we want to say Angular 2 slash router. Alright, and then we just want to include that in here. We'll put a comma, and then we're going to want square brackets, and we'll say router underscore providers. Okay, now by default, the router isn't included in Angular 2, so we have to go down to our index.html file. Alright, down at the very bottom here, and let's just copy this, and we'll paste that in. And then we just want to replace this Angular 2. We're going to replace that with router. So we want router.dev.js. Save that. Okay, get out of there. And now this file should be all set. We can close that. Now let's open up our app component TS file. And then we have to import some stuff for the router here as well. So I'm going to go up here, and let's do import. Okay, we want something called router directives. Just like that. We want, what else? Router directives, we want our route config. So that's going to be route config and also router. These are going to come from Angular 2 / router. Okay, now in order to use the directives, we have to pass them in down here in our component decorator. So we'll put a comma here, and let's say directives router directives. Okay, now one other thing I noticed is that in able to use our services here, we have to include them as providers. So let's put a comma here and then say providers, and we want our group service and also client service. Okay, so that should be all set. Now for the template, let's get rid of this and let's put in some backticks, just like that. And we're going to get back to the template in a minute. What we want to do now is configure our routes. So we want to go under the component decorator and create another one called @route config. Okay, just like that. And inside here we want some brackets, and we're going to create our routes. So for the first one, let's say path, and for path this is going to be a slash. Okay, we're going to configure our home page. So slash, and then we want to include a name for this route, which will be dashboard, and then also the component for this route. So the component is going to be dashboard component, just like that. So let's save that, and let me just take a look at the dashboard component. Okay, so we just have an H1 for dashboard. Alright, now let's see. In order for anything to show, we need to include a directive called router outlet, and that's going to go in here in our main app component. Okay, so right in template, let's say router dash outlet. Okay, and let's just put an H1 here as well. We'll just say client tracker. Okay, save it. And now you can see we get the client tracker heading here, and then down here we have an error that is telling us that there's no base href set. Okay, so what we need to do is go into our index.html, and we're going to go right under the ending head tag. Okay, so right here, and what we want to do is say base href equals, and then here's where you want to put your base location, which is just going to be slash. Save it, and now you can see we're on the slash, we're on the home page, and we're seeing our dashboard component. Okay, so that's exactly what we want to be happening. So now let's go back into our route config and create some more routes. Okay, so this one is going to be path, and it's going to be slash clients. We'll give it a name of clients, and then we want component, which will be the client list component. Oh, I forgot the comma right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that, and then if we go back to our application and we go to slash clients, now you can see we're seeing the client component. So that's how easy it is to add routes. So let's add a couple more. And I'm just going to paste some of these in. So this one here is for our groups. And I like to kind of align these up nice and neat. Let me just fix these a little bit. Okay, so groups, same thing. We're going to slash groups, giving it a name, and providing the group list component. Okay, so let's go here, and we're going to paste this in. This is for the add client component or route. Okay. We also want the add group. Let's paste that in. Now for the details and the edit routes, they're a little different. And let me just show you. If I paste in the details here, details route, the path is going to client details slash, and then we have this :ID. So this is basically a placeholder for whatever the ID of that client. Okay, so we're going to have to be dealing with route params, which we'll get into a little later. But for now, let's just put that in there. Alright, and then we'll do the same thing with the edits. Let me just grab those. Okay, so this one, paste that in. This is for the edit client. Okay, and then we also, of course, we want the edit group. So paste that in just like that. And that should do it for our routes. Now we want a way to navigate through these routes. Now in the next video we're going to be creating our layout. We're going to use the W3 CSS framework. But before we get into that, let's create a very basic navigation menu. So inside of our app.component.ts file, we're going to go in the template here. Okay, and let's just create an unordered list. Alright, and then inside there we're going to have li. Okay, and for this one, let's put in an a tag here, and then we're going to use some brackets, and we want to say router link. Okay, so router link equals, and let's say home. So in the router link here, we're going to open up some brackets, and we're going to say dashboard. Okay, now this dashboard, this is coming from the name of the route that we want. Okay, so let me just copy this, and we're going to have two more. This one is going to be clients. Okay, and this one is going to be groups. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that and go back, and now you can see we have this menu. If I click home, it takes us to our dashboard, clients and groups. Okay, so that's how we can navigate through components. So in the next video, we'll go ahead and create our layout and make this start to look a little better. Alright, so now we're going to start to make our UI look a little better. And there's different choices. You could use a custom layout, a custom CSS file. You could use Bootstrap, Foundation. I'm actually going to use something called w3.css, which is w3schools.com version of a CSS or HTML5 framework. Okay, which I actually like very much. I'm actually geared more towards this than Bootstrap lately. So this is really easy to use. The first thing we need to do is just include the style sheet here. Okay, so we'll grab this, copy it, and go into our index.html file, and we're going to put that right above our styles CSS link right here. Okay, so we'll do that. Also, the viewport is the same as what we have here, so that's fine. We don't need to change that. What we will want to do is delete all the CSS in our style sheet here. So let's go to style.css, and I'm just going to get rid of everything here and save it. Okay, so you'll notice our application looks a little different. The padding margin's gone and so forth. We have our bullets. So we're going to just work from here. So first thing I want to do is the nav bar, okay, because right now we just have this ugly UL. So what we'll do is over here, let's go to, I think it's navigation. Yep, and we want, I'm going to use the green version. So I'm going to just grab this right here, this UL with the class, and we need to go into our main app component and just replace this UL right here. Okay, so let's see what that did. So we'll save it, and now you can see we have this nice green menu. I'm going to get rid of the H1 that's above it because I want it to be at the very top. Okay, so we can now easily navigate through our application, and it looks pretty nice. So let's do the rest of the application UI. Okay, everything that's going to be in here is going to be on every single page. Okay, so obviously we want the navigation, but we also want to surround our outlet here with some classes. We're going to use the grid system. Okay, so under that, let's see, we're going to create a div, and let's give this a class of container and also a class of W3 padding div. Okay, now we want a row, so we're going to say div class equals W3 row. Alright, and then in this row we're going to have a column div, so let's say div class, and this is going to be W3-col, and we're going to say M4 for when the screen is the medium, and then L3 for when it's large. Alright, so it'll either be 4 columns or 3 columns depending on the browser window. Div, and that's going to be the sidebar. After that, let me just copy this. This one here is going to be, let's make it let's do M8 and L9. That'll be the main area. This is where we want our router outlet to go. So let's grab that and just put that right in there. Okay, now in the sidebar here, I'm actually going to put our little logo, which is just going to be an H1. Alright, so we'll say H1, and let's give it a class of logo. Okay, and it's going to say client tracker, except I want the word client to be in a span so we can change the color. Alright, and then under that heading we're going to have a UL. It's going to have a class of W3-UL, and then also we're going to do W3 border. Okay, and then we're just going to have 2 items here, 2 links. So this is going to be to add a client and to add a group. So we're going to use our A tag, and then we want to say router link, and that's going to be equal to brackets and then add client. Okay, and then our text, we'll just say add client. Okay, let's copy that. And we're going to do the same thing for add group. Alright, now I think that's it for the base markup. So let's save that. And if we take a look, Okay, so we have our nav bar, we have a sidebar here with our add client, add group, and we have our main area here, which will change depending on what route we're in. And if we click on add client, that takes us to that route, add group. Okay, perfect. So this logo here, I just want to fix real quick. We're going to go into our style sheet, style CSS, and let's say .logo. That's going to have a color of dark gray, and I want to text align to the center. Alright, and then for the span, let's say color, and this is going to be a hexadecimal value of 4CA F50. Alright, so let's save that. Now, if we save and we're on one of those ad pages, it's going to do this. If it does, just go ahead and go back away from the ad page and reload. Okay, and now if we go back, it'll be fine. Okay, so the logo now is centered and looks a little better. Now the first thing I want to work on, the first page, is going to be the dashboard, because that's going to be really simple. It's basically just going to be some static content. So let's open up our dashboard component TS file. Alright, and I'm actually going to just paste in the template. Okay, so we'll go over it real quick. We have a div here. This is going to be the container. It has some W3 classes on it. And then inside there we have an H2 with dashboard. Then we have just a paragraph saying just welcome, and you can click below. And then below we have two links, which are going to be formatted as buttons, and these are router links as well. Okay, so if I save this and we take a look, we're getting these errors down here. The reason for that is that we have to actually import the router directives and then add them as directives. So let's go up here, and we're going to say import router directives. We also want route config and router. Those are going to come from Angular 2/router. Alright, and then down here after the template, we're going to say directives, and then just put in square brackets router directives. Alright, so let's see if that fixed the issue. Okay, so now this looks pretty good. This formatting here is all from the W3 framework. If we look at the classes here, we have the pale green, which makes the background green, and then we have the border green, which makes this little green border right here. Alright, and then we have the gray buttons, which have a light gray class. Now we have this padding 16 class right here, but this only seems to be on the top and bottom. So what I actually want to do is go back into our style sheet here, and I'm going to put in .w3 padding 16, and let's say padding right 16 pixels and padding left 16 pixels. Save it, and let's see, that didn't do much. Actually, you know what we'll do is we'll add that class. Let's take that, and I'm going to add that in the root component to our 9-column div right here. So let's just throw that in, and we'll save that, and then that looks a lot better. Okay, so that's our dashboard. If we click one of these, it'll take us to either clients or groups. Now, in the next video, we're going to start to work on our forms to add clients and groups. Now, we're going to start with groups for everything because there's only one field. It's going to, well, two. It's going to have an ID and then a name. Clients, however, will have first name, last name, email, address, but the functionality is going to be the same. So it'll be a lot easier if we start with groups where there's only two fields. So in the next video, we will create our form to add a group, and try to wire that up to add a record into Firebase. So we will get into that next. Alright, so in this video we're going to work on the add group form. Okay, and we're going to use our NG control, we're going to use validations, stuff that we've done throughout the course. Alright, and then ultimately we want to be able to add a group to Firebase. So let's open up our component. We're going to go to Groups, Components, and then Add Group.Component.ts. Alright, now first thing we're going to do is just paste in a form that has no Angular stuff in it at all, just a plain form with some W3 classes. So let's grab that and paste this in. Okay, so we have our W3 classes, we have a heading here, and then a form which has a form group with a name field, and then I'm sorry, that's a label. Then we have the input here, and then we have a button. So let's just save that, see what that looks like. As I said, if we reload and we're on one of the add pages, you might have to just go back and reload on another page that's not a form. Okay, so we'll say add group, and there we go. Alright, now this is a little smushed together, so what I'm going to do is add some CSS real quick in our style sheet. All I want to do is add some margin to the form group. Okay, so we're going to say margin 20 pixels, 0. Okay, so top and bottom will have 20 pixels. Okay, so that looks a lot better. Now, in order to use form control, there's a lot of stuff we need to import. So we're going to go to the top of the add group component and just paste this in. So we're importing control, control group, form builder, validators, and form directives. Okay, now form directives we have to include down here as well. Okay, so that's going to be square brackets, and we want form directives. Now down in our class we're going to put a few things here. Okay, so let's say form. This could be called whatever you want. We're going to call it form, and that's going to represent the control group, or a control group. Okay, now we're going to have the name field as a control, and then we're also going to have something called new group, and that's going to represent the new group that's being added, and that'll be an object. So what we're going to do is cast that as any, and that's going to be an object with curly braces. Okay, so now what we want to do is put in our constructor. Okay, we're going to use the form builder. So in here we're going to say private builder and form builder. Oops, can't type today. Alright, just like that. Now in here we're going to say this dot name is going to be equal to a new control. Oops. Okay, new control, and we're going to have first parameter is going to be an empty string, and then we want our validators. So we want to say validators dot compose. Okay, and then in here we can specify the different validators we want. We want the required validator, so validators dot required, and let's also do a minimum length. So validators dot min length, and we'll pass in 3. Okay, it has to be at least 3. And we can put a semicolon here, and then we're going to say this dot form is going to equal builder dot group, Alright, and in here we're going to put in some curly braces and put in the controls. So we have name, which is going to be this dot name. Okay. So we're not going to be able to do anything yet because we haven't added the directives to our form. So let's go up here to our form, and let's see, in the form tag we're going to put in some brackets, and then we want to say ng form model, and we're going to set that equal to form. Okay, so whatever you put right here as the control group, you want to put right here. Now in the input down here, we're going to first put in an ng model, which goes in brackets and parentheses. Okay, it's two-way data binding, and we want to set this to new group dot name. Okay, then we need to add an ng control, which will be set to name. That should be whatever you put right here, this control. Now in our button, we're going to want this to be disabled unless the form is valid. So what we'll do is put in some square brackets here, and we'll say disabled, and we're going to set that equal to not form.valid. Okay, and we also want to have an event on this, so let's put in parentheses, and it's going to be a click. Okay, when it's clicked, it's going to run something called add group. Okay, we'll put that down here. That's going to go after the constructor. Add group. And all it's going to do for now, we'll just say console.log adding group. Alright, let's save that. And we're just going to have to go back and reload. Go to add group. Okay, now you'll notice that the button is grayed out. I can't click it. If I start to type and I get to 3 characters, then it's enabled. And the reason for that is we set it to a minimum length of 3. So if it's 3 or more, then the button should be enabled. Okay, if I click that, down here you can see adding group. Okay, so our validation is working. Okay, it's required and it needs to have at least 3 characters. So now what we want to do is start to work with Firebase. So we have a group service, and that's what we'll be using to basically make our calls to Firebase. So let's include that, or import that. When I say include and import, I mean the same thing. So we'll say import group service from, and this is going to be in ../services/group.service. Okay, now in order to use it, we have to use dependency injection, and that goes inside the constructor parameter here. So let's say private underscore group service, and then group service. Okay, so now we injected that dependency. Now down in our add group here, I'm going to get rid of that console log, and we can say this dot underscore group service dot add group. Okay, and then what we can do is pass in this dot new group. Now we're getting an error because add group, there is no add group function in group service yet. And this right here, new group, is coming from here. I'm actually going to make this public. Okay, so we'll save this, and now what we'll have to do is go into our group service. Now, before we can do anything with Firebase, we need to include the script. So we need to go to our index.html, and we're going to go down to the bottom here, and I'm going to paste this in for you guys to copy. Okay, so this is the link to the CDN. Okay, you can even Google Firebase CDN, and it'll give you the link. Okay, so let's save that, close it up, and in our service we have some stuff to add. Okay, so up here where we're creating our properties, we're going to have one private, and this is going to be Firebase URL. Okay, and that's going to be a string. So we'll just do that. Okay, we're also going to have a reference to Firebase. So we're going to say private, and let's call this FBref. Okay, that's going to have a typing of Firebase. Now remember, at the beginning of this project, we did that typings install Firebase thing. That's what this is. That's, if you didn't do that, you'd be getting an error right here. Okay, so I'm going to copy that, and then we're also going to have two more here. This one is going to be for the group. It's going to be a group reference. This one here will be for a client. Okay, now in our constructor we need to add our values. So this .firebase URL is going to equal whatever your Firebase URL is. So let me just show you where to get that. Okay, so log in, client tracker, manage app, and then your URL is whatever you have right here. So let's copy that, put that in there. Okay, and then we're going to say this .fbref is going to equal new Firebase, and then we just want to pass in the URL. So this .firebase URL. Now for the group ref, we want to say this .group ref is going to equal this .fbref .child, and then we just want to pass in groups. Okay, so basically we want this to be the groups collection, how we can reference it. Alright, and then I'm just going to set this .group to an empty object. Okay, and that's our constructor. Now remember, in our component we called something called add group, a function called add group, so we have to create that. Okay, and remember we passed in a new group item. Okay, and we're just going to set that to void for now. And then what we need to do to add to Firebase is say this group ref push, and then just pass in an object which will have a name, and that's going to come from new group name. Now I do want an ID, but notice we didn't include that because Firebase will generate a unique ID automatically. Alright, and then we're just going to return. Okay, simple as that. Let's save, and then let's go back. We want to go back to our add group component, and down in the add group function, once we run that, we're going to want to set this new group. We're going to set that to be empty. Alright, and then the last thing we want to do is we want to redirect to our groups page. So we can use the router for that. We can say this router navigate by URL, and then we can just pass in /groups. Okay, now in order to use this router we have to import it. So I'm going to just paste this in real quick, and that should be good. Oh, we have to include the router in the constructor up here. So we'll say private router. Okay, and now that error should go away. So let's go ahead and save it. And let's go back to our application. Okay, we're going to say add group. For a group name, let's say web design, and submit. Okay, so it took us back to groups. Now we're not going to see anything because we haven't added that functionality. But if we check in Firebase, you can now see we have a groups collection, and that has the name of web design. It also has a unique ID. All right, so that's working perfectly. Now we're going to have another part of this section, this lecture, where we're going to do the same thing but with clients. Hey guys, welcome to the second part of the Adding to Firebase lecture. In the last part, we were able to create a form to add a group, and we could add it and it'll show up in Firebase. So for instance, let's say web programming and submit. Now we can't read it yet from the application, which is fine, but if we look in here, now you can see we have web programming. So we want to mimic that behavior with clients. Okay, so I'm going to do a lot of copying pasting here because it's all stuff we've already done, just a different resource. Okay, so let's go into clients, components, and then add client.component. All right, and what I'm going to do is just copy and paste everything in here. Now it's a lot of stuff, but it's all stuff that we've pretty much did in the add group component. So we're importing all the control and form builder and all that stuff. We're importing the router stuff and then also the client service. In the template here, we just have the same thing that we did before in the groups. It's just more fields. Okay, we have a form. We're setting ng form model to form. We have our first name field. This is going to have an ng model and also an ng control. Now the only fields that we're adding validation to is first name and email. Okay, those two are going to be required. The rest we're just going to leave. We don't need to have this ng control. Okay, so this right here is the last name. You can see we have our ng model but not the ng control. Now this select list is going to have a list of all the groups, okay, but we don't have the functionality to grab the groups from Firebase yet. All right, so we're not going to worry too much about that now. Here we have the email input. You can see this also has an ng control, and then we have the phone, address, city, state, and zip code. Okay, button, same thing. We have it disabled until the form's valid, and we're submitting, or we're clicking this button to call off add client, which is a function. Okay, down here we have our form control group, our two controls, which are first name and email. We also have new client, which is going to represent whatever the user types in the form. We have our constructor, where we need to include our service, form builder, and also the router. And then we have our validations here. Okay, so first name and email are both required. First name has a minimum length of 3. Okay, then we have our form builder right here, and then our add client function. Okay, so this is calling a function called add client inside of our client service, which we don't have yet. Okay, so let's save this and we'll go ahead and create that. So we'll go to our client service, and same stuff we had in the group service. We have our Firebase URL, which is a string, and then we have our different references to the main database as well as the collections, group, and client. Okay, in our constructor, we're going to paste this in. So we have our Firebase URL. FBRef is going to equal a new Firebase object. Client ref, we're just going to call .child and then adding clients. Same thing with groups. Okay, so now let's create add client. So it'll take in a new client object, and let's just put here void. Alright, and then what we need to do is say this dot client ref dot push, and then we need to push in an object with all of the different fields. So there's quite a bit, so I'm just going to grab those and paste them in. Okay, so first name, last name, group, email, phone, address, city, state, zip code. and then we're just going to return. Alright, so let's save that. And actually for the groups, we don't have the code to fetch the groups yet. So what we're going to do is, instead of saying new client.group, I'm going to change it to this .group, and then up here just add it as a property, and we'll set it to web design. Alright. And you know what I'm going to do just for now is take out our select here for the group. So I'm just going to get rid of that just for now. We'll actually put something here. Alright, because I think that that'll mess things up. Alright, so I think that that should be good. Let's make sure everything's saved. And then we're going to go back. Let's go to add client, and let's put in John Doe. Okay, group we can just leave whatever. And then phone. Okay, submit. Okay, brings us back to the clients page. Let's check Firebase. And now you can see we have clients. And there we go. Okay, so we're now able to add a client. So in the next part, in the next video, I'm going to show you how we can fetch our groups and clients and display them in our application. Alright, so now we're going to work on fetching data from Firebase and bringing it into our application. Alright, and we're going to start with groups just because they're easier. So let's open our group list component. Okay. And before we do anything here, we're going to create a model for what a group needs to have. Okay, so we're going to go into our groups folder, and not in components or services, just right in the root of the groups folder. I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to save this as group.model.ts. Okay, so that'll be a model of what our data needs to look like. So it's going to be really simple. We'll say export class group, and it's going to have a constructor. Okay, actually, yeah, inside the parameters here, we're going to say public ID, and our ID is going to be a string. Okay, then we're also going to have a name, which will be a string. Okay, so that's it. That's our model for our group. So let's save that. And in our group list component here, we want to include that. So we're going to say import group from, and this is going to be // group.model, just like that. All right, now we want to bring in our service as well. So let's say import group service from // services / group.service. Okay. Now we're also going to be using subscriptions from reactive extensions. So we need to import that as well. Okay, we're going to say import subscription from, and this is going to be from RxJS / subscription. Okay, and then also our router, we're going to import all that stuff. I'm going to paste it in. It's kind of long, just like that. Okay, and then for our directives down here, we'll say router directives. Now for the actual content, let's make this an H2. Okay, and then first thing we'll do is we'll check to see if there is any groups. So div, we'll use a built-in directive. So we'll use asterisk ng if and set that to groups. And let's also give this a class. And this is going to be, actually no, we don't want a class here. We want it on the table. So we're going to create a table that's going to have a class of w3 table. Okay, we want it to be bordered, so we're going to say w3 bordered and w3 striped. Okay, now inside the table, let's do tr. Okay, and these are going to be the headings. So we'll have a th. That'll be the ID heading. We also want the name. And then just a blank heading because that's where our buttons will go. Okay, now under that tr, we're going to have another one. And this one is going to use ng4 so that we can loop through our groups. So ng4 equals, and we want to say group, actually we want to say number sign group of groups. Just like that. Okay, so every time there's a group, it's going to iterate one of these table rows. First column is going to have the ID. We're going to use interpolation here. So this will be group.id. Okay, then we'll have TD. This one here is going to be the name, so it'll be group.name. Alright, and then finally we have our buttons. So let's do TD. Okay, first one will be an A tag, and this is where we're going to use the router stuff. Okay, so we want router link, and that's going to equal edit group. Okay, now this is going to be a little different than anything we've done. We need to include the ID here, because remember, to go to an edit form, it needs to go to group / whatever / ID or :ID. This is where we can provide that information. So we're going to put in a comma right here and then open some curly braces, and we want the action, which is going to be read, and we also want the ID, which is going to come from group.id. Okay, we'll put a class on here as well, so we'll say w3btn, and let's make it green, so we'll say w3 green. Alright, and text will just say edit. We're also going to need a delete button. This is going to be an actual button with a click event. Okay, that's going to go to delete group, and that's going to pass in the group ID. Okay, give that a class. And let's make this red. We'll say w3-red. Yeah, and that should do it. Okay. Now, if we save this and we try to visit that page, where are we? Groups. You'll see it's not. We're getting an error down here. It's crashing. And it looks like one of them I forgot a closing tag. Oh, this button right here. I closed it with an A. That should be button. Okay, so it is loading correctly. It's just not. It's not giving us errors because we checked to see if there were groups. Okay, so now we're going to go down to the class, and we're going to specify public groups, and then that's going to have a type of group. Okay, which will be an array. Oops. and we'll say equals and then some brackets. Okay, next one here will be for the subscription, because we're using observables here. Alright, and then let's create our constructor. Okay, that's we're gonna bring in our group service here. So private group service, group service. Okay, now we need to create an observable. So let's save this and then let's go over to our service. So groups, services, and then group.service. And we're going to want a function called getGroups. Okay, and we can actually, let's make that an observable. We'll say observable, and then we want to put in less than, greater than, and group. That's coming from the model. Okay. So now what we want to do is, this is going to be a little tricky. We need to return, we're going to create an observable by saying observable.create. Let me just fix this. We're getting an error here because it doesn't know what to do with observable, so we have to import that up at the top. So we'll say import observable from, and this is from reactive extensions, so rxjs / observable. Alright, we also want to bring in our model, so we'll say import group from, and that's going to be from .. /group.model. Okay, so now those errors are gone. So in this create, we're going to go into the parameters here and say observer, and we're going to use arrow functions here. We're going to create a variable. We're going to say let listener, and this is just one way to get data from Firebase. There's others, but I found this one to be just really flexible and really easy to use. So we'll say let listener equals this dot group ref dot on. Okay, now in here we want to say on child added. Okay, and this is Firebase stuff. Actually, let me just show you real quick. Firebase retrieve data. And let's see, child added. So right here, this is what we're doing. It's set up differently here because it's not using observables like we are, but you'll see it's saying the reference dot on child added, and then we have a function which gives you a snapshot of the data, and then you can do what you want with the data. So that's what we're doing here, is saying group ref dot on child added. Alright, and then next parameter will be our snapshot, and we're going to set that to a code block, and then we'll say let data is going to equal snapshot.data. Okay, just like they're doing here, you can see we have our snapshot here. Oh, not snapshot data, it's val. Snapshot val, just like here. Alright, now after that, what we want to do is say observer dot next, and then in the parameters here we're going to say new group, and let's say snapshot dot key. That's going to give us that unique ID that Firebase creates. You can see they're using it here as well, or maybe they're not. But yeah, you can get the key, the unique ID with this. So we want that, and then we also want the name. So we'll say data.name. And this data right here is coming from here because we set this to the snapshot value. Alright, so hopefully that makes a little sense. I know it looks and seems kind of confusing. And then down here we just want a second parameter for the error. So this will be observer.error. Okay, and that should do it. Let's put a semicolon there. And yeah, that should be good. Alright, so let's save that, and then we'll go back into our component. Now we don't want to call the get groups from the constructor. That's not really best practice. For this we're going to use lifecycle methods, which we've gone over back in the I think it was the last section. But we need to include those up here. So after component, let's say on init. We also want on destroy. Alright, so down here we're going to say implement on init and then on destroy, and then down here we want ng on init and also ng on destroy. Okay, in the on init, that's where we want to call our get groups. Okay, now we're going to use a subscription, so we're going to say this dot subscription is set to this dot underscore group service dot get groups. Okay, now since we're working with an observable, we need to call dot subscribe here. Okay, and then in here we can say group, and we can use an arrow function, and this is where we'll push it onto our groups property. So this dot groups dot push, and we can push in group. Okay, now this is coming from here. Now when we want to call ng destroy, and we want to unsubscribe, so we'll say this dot subscription dot unsubscribe. Alright, so let's save that and see if we get any errors or anything. And there we go. Okay, so we're having some kind of issue here because this one isn't showing. So let's see what's going on. Has no route config. Alright, so it's complaining about the edit group right here, action read ID group ID. So let me actually take that out for now and see, make sure it works. So for this link here, this edit link, what I'll do is just get rid of the router link bit for now, and let's save that. Oops. Okay, so now it's showing us our groups. Alright, so it's just the edit thing, and we'll get to that a little later. In the next part, we're going to basically do the same thing, but for client. Alright guys, so in the last part of the section, we made it so that we could fetch the groups from Firebase and display them here. So now we're going to do the clients. Alright, so let's open up the, let's see, clients, components, and we'll open up client list. Okay, and we also need to create a model, just like we did for groups. So in the clients folder, I'm going to create a new file, and we're going to save it as client.model.ts. Alright, I'm going to paste this in. Okay, so basically it's just a class with a constructor, and then we're defining all of our different fields here. Alright, so let's save that, close it up, and then we're going to import a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so I'm going to just paste this in. Alright, so we have our component along with the lifecycle methods, our client model, service, we have the add client component, which actually, you know what, we don't need that right now. subscription from reactive extensions, and then also all of the router stuff that we need. Alright, now down here in our template, I'm going to paste this stuff in. Okay, so we're checking for clients. If there are, then we're going to have our table, and we're going to display the name, email, and phone. Down here we're looping through each client. This filter part we don't need yet. Okay, and then we have our link to the details. Okay, we have our details link, which is just the title of the first and last name. Then we have the email, the phone, and then we have the edit and delete buttons. Okay, in the last video, the edit link gave us a problem, so hopefully this one doesn't. Alright, if it does, we'll just have to look into it. So we have our table here. Now down in the class, actually before we do that, let's add our router directive. Okay, so let's see, down in the class, we're going to create, we'll say public client. It's going to use the client model. Okay, and then we want public subscription. Okay, and then our constructor. In the constructor, we need our client service. Alright. So let's save that, and then we're going to open up our client service. Okay. And we're going to need our get clients function. Now this is just like the observable that we created for get groups. So I'm going to paste this in. Okay, so we have an observable which is coming from the client model, calling observable create. We're setting a listener for the client ref. We have our data, which is equal to the snapshot value, and then we're calling observer.next and creating a new client object. Okay, and then we just have our observer.error down here. Now we're getting these underlines because we didn't import observable. So I'm going to import that along with the client model and the group model. Okay, and the group model we're going to need to fetch the groups for the select list when we add a client. Alright, but let's just see if this works. So we'll save it. So now we have to go back to our client list component and go down to, let's go after the constructor. And we're going to use the ng on init and on destroy. So I'm going to just paste this stuff in. Okay, so in our on init, we're setting this.subscription to the client service get clients function and saying .subscribe. And then here we're just pushing it onto the clients array. And then in ng on destroy, we're just calling unsubscribe. So let's save that. Okay, and there he is. There's our client. Awesome. And if I click edit, it goes to, well, it goes to the right place, and you can see up here we have the ID. Now, why it wouldn't do it for groups, I'm not exactly sure. So let's go back and try to add that again. So I'm going to go to, let's see, we want our groups list component. Okay, we want to go right here. And what I'll do is copy what we have in the edit link for clients and then put that here. Okay, except we want to change this to edit group. then this right here will be group ID, because it might have just been an error in my syntax. Okay, so edit. Alright, now it's working. Good. Yeah, it must have been just an error in the syntax. So the last thing I want to do before ending this video is when we go and we add a client, we want the groups to be able to show here. Okay, so what we'll do is let's open up the client service, and we're actually going to have a get groups function here. So I'm going to paste this in right after get clients, and it's just the same thing. We're returning an observable, we're fetching it from Firebase, same thing. So let's save this file, and then we'll go back into the add client component, and down where it says groups here, right between the last name and the email, I'm going to paste in that select field. Okay, so I just pasted this in. If you don't have it, just go ahead and copy it. Now it's looping through groups, okay, which we don't have defined. So let's go down into our, let's see, in our constructor. And actually, let's go above the constructor first and just say groups. Okay, and then in the constructor, we'll go down at the bottom here, and let's do this dot underscore client service dot get groups, and we'll say, well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to do this in the constructor. I'm going to paste this in using ng on init and ng on destroy, just like we've been doing. Okay, and we're going to need subscriptions, so let's go up here and say public subscription. We also need to import it. From rxjs/subscription. Alright. And what we're doing is just, this should actually be client service. Yeah, and then we're just pushing it into this dot groups, which it should be grabbing up here in the select in the ng4. Alright, so let's save that and go back, reload. Let's go to add client. Okay, that's still not showing. Let's see what the console says. Cannot read property push of undefined. Okay, so what it's saying is that this dot groups is undefined. Okay, so we have groups here. So in the constructor, we'll say this dot groups equals an empty array. Let's do that. Try it again. Add client group. There we go. So now we can see web design and web programming. So as we add our groups, we'll be able to see them in that select box. So that's what we want. Okay, so to make sure everything's still working, let's go ahead and create another client. So we'll say Mike Smith. We'll pick the group, web programming, email, phone, address. Just putting anything here. So we'll say New York. Oops, that's too many numbers. Submit. And there he is, Mike Smith. Cool. So what we're going to need to do now is create a details view. Okay, if I click on his name, it brings us to details, but obviously we have nothing there. So that's what we'll be doing in the next video. Alright, so we're able to add groups and clients. We're able to fetch groups and clients. What I want to do now is be able to click on a client and show its details. Alright, so we're going to open up the client details component. And we're going to import a couple things here that I'm going to paste in. We have all of our router stuff that we need, the client service, and also the client model. Okay, so in the template here, actually we'll do that after. Let's go down to the class. Okay, and we're going to create a property private ID and then also private client. Alright, and then a constructor. Okay, this is going to take in a few things as a parameter, so we want to go like that. And we want params will be route params. We want the service, so we'll say private underscore client service. And we're going to need the router, private router. Alright, now inside here we want to say this.id is going to be equal to params.get ID. So what this will do is it'll fetch the ID from the URL. Alright, and then we're going to say this.client is going to equal this.underscore client service dot get client. Okay, and we also have to pass in the ID. Okay, so we're getting an error because that's not created yet. So let's save that and open up the client service. Go down to the bottom. Okay, and this is going to be get client. Okay, so get client is going to take in the ID, and then what we can do is let's create a variable called edit ref, set that to new Firebase. Now the reason I'm doing this is because when you want to edit or delete or fetch a single record, you want it to be, let's say, firebaseurl.com, whatever that is, slash, we're getting clients, so we want clients slash, and then whatever that client's ID is. Alright, so that's the format that we're wanting. So let's put in the Firebase URL first of all. Okay, and then we want to concatenate on clients, which is this part here, and then we want to concatenate slash ID. Okay, so it's in this format. Hopefully that's clear. Okay, and then what we want to do is we're going to be using that edit reference to call .on, and then we're using Firebase syntax here, on value. Then we get a function, and that function gets passed in a snapshot of the data. Okay, just like I showed you right here. Okay, we're doing the same thing, except instead of child added, we're using value. Alright, now in here we're going to want to set the client. So this dot client, and then set that to an object with all its fields. Now I'm going to just grab this real quick because it's a lot. Okay, so we're setting this object to the client. Snapshot key gets that unique ID that we've been talking about, and then we can also get all of the different fields. Now, since we're inside of this function here, this is not going to be the same thing as if this inside here. So to fix that, what we can do, you've probably seen this before, we can create a variable. I'm just going to call it self and set it equal to this. Alright, and then down in here we want to just use self.client. Okay, and then once we get outside of that, we're going to just return self.client. Okay, just like that. So let's save that. And we'll go back into our client details component, and now this should be all set. Okay, so now we'll go to our template and finish the UI. And I'm actually gonna just paste this in. Okay, so we have a div. Inside that we have a UL. We have the client first name and last name, and then we're gonna have a link next to it to edit. Okay, if you want to get all that. And then we're just saying the client's group, email, phone, street, city. Actually, we have phone twice. This should actually be zip code. There we go. So let's save it. And we'll go back and reload. There's our clients. Let's click on one. Okay, we're getting something down here. Can't bind to router link since it isn't a known native property. Alright, so let's see. Oh, we got to put in the directives down here. So this will be router directives. Okay, there we go. So now so the details view is now working. If I click edit, it takes us to the edit page, which we haven't done yet, so that's fine. Okay, good. Now I'm going to save the edit for later. What I want to continue in this video is I want to be able to delete groups and clients. Okay, so let's get into that. We'll start with groups. Okay, so if we look at, let's close these out. And if we look at the group list component, you can see we have the delete button right here. Alright, now when we click it, it's going to try to call delete group, which we haven't created yet. So let's do that. We'll go down at the bottom here and create delete group. Okay, that's going to take in the ID. And then we're going to say this dot groups dot for each, and in here we're going to put in another set of parentheses, and G will represent the group, and then we'll have the index. Okay, what we're doing is we're deleting it from the UI first, and then we'll go on to use the service to delete it from Firebase. Alright, so right here I'm going to use the arrow function syntax. Okay, so for each one, then we're going to check to make sure that it's the one that we want to delete. So we'll say if g.id is equal to ID that's passed in here, okay, then we know that that's the correct one. So we're going to say this dot groups dot splice, and we'll pass in index, and we only want to delete one from that index. Alright, so just by doing that, let's reload. And if I click delete, it goes away. Now if I reload, it's going to come back because it wasn't deleted from Firebase. Okay, so to do that, we need to go right underneath here and then use our service. We'll say group service dot delete group, and then we just need to pass in the ID. Alright, so let's go create that in our group service. Okay, that ends there, so we'll do right here delete group takes in an ID. So we're going to create a variable called delete ref or del ref. Set that to new Firebase and pass in this .firebase URL. Remember I showed you the structure to get an individual record. Okay, so we're doing that. This will be groups / and then the ID. Okay, from there all we have to do is say del ref .remove, and it's as simple as that. So we'll save that, and let's go back and let's see. Let's create a group. We'll say dummy group. Okay, so now we have this dummy group. I click delete, it goes away. Let's reload, and it's still gone. Okay, so it completely deleted from Firebase. So let's simply do that with the clients. So we'll close those up and we'll go to our client list component. Okay, we're doing the same thing. We're calling a function called delete client. So let's go create that. I'm going to paste this in because it's the same exact thing that we just did, only with clients. Save it. Okay, now we have to go to our client service. Go down to the bottom. And let's paste that in. Okay, this time I just had a console log. Save it. And let's go to clients. And let's add a client. We'll just put whatever. Okay, so this guy here, let's delete him. Let's reload, and he's gone. Okay, so now we have delete functionality. So the last thing we have to do is to add the edit functionality to groups and clients. Alright, so we're going to get into that next. Alright guys, we're almost there. What we have to do now is create our edit functionality. So we're going to start with groups. If I click edit on one of these, it takes us to the correct view, it takes us to the correct URL. So let's open up that component. So we'll go to, let's go to groups, components, and then we want edit group component. Now there's a bunch of stuff we need to import, so I'm going to paste that in. Same as the usual, we have our form control stuff, we have our router, our group service, and also the group model. Alright, let's go down to our class, and we're going to have our control group, so we'll call it form control group. Okay, and then the only control we're going to have is name. Okay, we're going to create public new group, and we'll set that to any. That's going to be an object. Okay, we want private ID and private group. Okay, now in our constructor, we're going to have quite a few things as well. So let's put, let's put params. Okay, just like we did with the details component, we need to say route params. We need our service, so that'll be underscore group service. Okay, and we're also going to have our form builder, so we're going to create a builder and set that to form builder. And we also need the router, so private router. Okay, now inside of here, inside the constructor, we need the ID, so we're going to say this.id. That can be set to params.get and then pass in ID. Okay, we also need group, so we'll say this dot group, and we're going to set that to a service function called getGroup, which we'll create in a little bit. So this dot underscore group service dot getGroup. Okay, and we do need to pass in this dot ID. And for the controls, I'm going to paste these in because this is stuff we've already done. Okay, so we have our validation for the name field, and then we just have our builder group. Alright, let's save that. Now getGroup, the purpose of that is to get it so that we can insert the fields in our form for what's already there. So let's go in our group service, and let's go down here. We'll say getGroup. Okay, that's going to take in an ID. And I'm going to paste this in. Okay, so this is very similar to the client details that we did. Alright, now we're creating an edit reference that's going to be new Firebase, and then this .firebase URL, which should have a lowercase b, and then groups / and then whatever the ID. Okay, now we're going to be calling this editRef.on function, and inside the callback this won't work, so we need to set a variable, whatever you'd like this to be called. I use self. We're going to set to equal this, and then down here we're going to create our self.group, which will have an ID and a name, and then we're just going to return that. Alright, so we'll save that. Let's go back. Okay, now we're going to need to mess with the template. So I'm going to paste this in. This is just like the add form. Okay, we have a form with this ng form model that sets the control group. Then we have our one name input with ng model and ng control, and then we have a button that is going to call a function called edit group. Okay, so let's just create that real quick. And it gets passed in an ID. And for now, I'm just going to console.log ID. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. And we'll go reload. Okay, we're in groups. Let's click on edit. And now you can see we get the form with the actual name value in there. Now we're not going to be able to actually edit yet because we're not doing anything with this edit group. In fact, if I click submit, it's just going to console log the ID. So let's work on that. First thing we want to do is construct a new object. So we're going to say this dot new group is going to equal an object, and it's going to have an ID of ID, and then also name, which will be this dot group dot name. Alright, now what we want to do is pass that to a service function. So let's go right underneath and say this dot underscore group service dot edit group, and we want to pass in this dot new group, which is the entire object. After that's done doing its thing, we're going to say this dot new group and just set that to an empty object, and then we're just going to route. I'm going to use the router to redirect. Navigate by URL, and we'll go to /groups. Alright, so now for the service function. Let's go to group.service, and we'll go down here. And I'm just going to paste this in and go over it really easy. Okay, so we have our update reference we're creating here, new Firebase. We want the URL /groups / and then whatever that ID is. Okay, the ID is coming from the new group object that we passed in here. This just needs to be a lowercase b. Okay, and then we're just saying update ref.update and then the new value. Alright, so let's save that, and we'll go back. Okay, so let's say web programming, we want to edit that to web development. Submit, and there we go. Okay, so we can now edit our groups. Now we can do the same thing for our clients. So let's close out of there and go to clients, and we'll go to our components and then client list component. Okay, so we have the edit button. Let's see. Actually, we don't need to do anything there. We need to go to our edit component. Okay. So let's do all the imports. Okay, same stuff, same thing going on as in the edit group. Now down in the class, we're going to have all of our properties, pretty much the same stuff. Now we are doing groups and subscription because we need to have that that select list of groups. All right, in the constructor, let me just paste that in. Okay, so we have in our parameters, we have route params, client service, builder, and router. Okay, then here we're setting this groups to an empty array. The ID we're getting from params. The client we're getting from get client, which we'll create in a second. And then we just have our validations for first name and our validations for email. Okay, and our form builder. So after the constructor, which ends right here, we're going to put in our ng on init and ng destroy. The reason we're doing this is because we need to get the groups. Okay, so notice that we're calling get groups here. Okay, so after that, we're going to do our edit client function. So let me just grab that real quick. Okay, so what we're doing is creating our new client object with all of the fields, and then here we're calling edit client from the service, which we still need to create. Okay, and then we're just redirecting here back to clients. So let's save that, and then we're going to go to our client service. Okay, so let's see, we have our get client. That should be no problem. I guess all we need to really create is our edit client. So let's do that. So this is identical to the edit group except for the fields. We create an update reference and then we call update on that reference along with the new fields. Alright, so let's save that. Okay, now for our view, or our template I should say, I'm going to paste this in. Okay, so we have our form, which has an ng form model of form. We have our first name. Now this has an ng control because we want it to be required. Alright, the only other required one here is email. You can see that has an ng control as well. This is our select list to go through the groups and just the rest of the fields. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Okay, so we'll go to clients, edit, and you can see all the fields are filled in. Let's change the city. It's spelt wrong anyway, so let's say Albany. And we'll go ahead and submit. And let's see, let's go back to Mike, and now you can see he's from Albany. Alright, so we can now edit groups and clients. So that's going to be it for this video. In the next video, the last thing we need to do is we want to be able to filter and search through these clients, which is actually really easy to do. We're going to create a custom pipe. Okay, so we'll do that next. Hey guys, this is the last video. In this video we're going to be creating our filter pipe. Okay, so right here we want a search box where we can search or filter through our clients. Okay, so let's first create the form. Let's open up our client list component, and we're going to go right, let's see, right below the heading, which I'm actually going to make an H2. Okay, so we'll put in form, and this will be an input. We'll give it a class of W3 input. We're going to give it a type of text, and then we need to give it an ng model. Okay, so ng model is going to be search text, and we'll give it a placeholder. Alright, so there's our input. Let's save that. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Oops. Now what we want to do is go down to our TR right here, where we have this ng4, and we just want to add on to this. We want to add a pipe character, and then we're going to say filter search text. Okay, so let's save that and see what happens. Okay, now you'll notice that we're getting an error. Okay, and the reason for that is because it says the pipe filter could not be found. So we need to create that. So inside of our clients folder, we're going to create another folder called pipes. Okay, and then inside there, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to save this as filter.pipe.ts. Alright, and then we're going to open that up. First thing we need to do is import pipe from Angular 2/core. Okay, and then we're going to create a pipe decorator here, and let's give it a name. Name is going to be filter. Okay, now we want to create a class. We're going to say export class filter array pipe, and then the rest of this JavaScript code I'm just going to paste in, so if you want to copy it. So this code right here is going to take in our value, and it's going to basically match it up against the data that is returned. Okay, it's also going to make sure that it's a string and all that. So let's save that. Okay, and then what we'll do is go to our client list component, and we have to import the pipe. So I'm just going to paste that in. Okay, we're going to import filter array pipe. Save that. Okay, let's see what we get down here. Pipe filter could not be found. Oh, that's because we need to add it on to the decorator here. So after directives, we'll say pipes, and we want filter array pipe. Okay, so whoops. So now we have our clients, and let's start to type. We'll put in the J, and now you can see it filtered out Mike. Okay, if I put in M, I, okay, now you can see it's filtering Mike. Alright, so it's as easy as that. And what's really cool about this is that this filter right here, this pipe that we created, you can just take and use on any Angular 2 application. It doesn't matter what the fields, what the data is, it doesn't matter the name of the field for the data. You can just basically just plug it in. So that's what's really great about Angular 2. Alright, so we've come to the end of this project. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope that it was pretty clear and you could understand what's going on, and you can move on and start creating your own Angular 2 applications. Alright, so thanks for watching, and I will see you in the course summary. Alright, congratulations, you have finished the Eduonix Angular 2 course. In this video, I just want to briefly go over what we've learned in each of the sections. Alright, so section 1, getting started with Angular 2, we just took a look at what Angular is, what it isn't. We set up our environment. We looked at some of the comparison of Angular 1 and Angular 2, and we also looked at the Quick Start package. Section 2 was all about components. We talked about what a component is, how do we create a component, also data binding, which is a really important aspect of Angular 2 through interpolation, property binding, class binding, event binding, and so on. Section 3, we worked with templates. We looked at built-in directives like ngIf and ngFor and how we can add logic to our templates. We also worked with user input and events. We created a service, and we also took a look at dependency injection. Section 4, we created some pipes or filters. We also used the form controls and the form builder and did some form validation. We also took a look at the router. Section 5 was all about asynchronous data, so observables, what they are, how to create them, how to fetch data using the HTTP module, how to return observables through a service, and also the lifecycle methods and hooks that are available. And then in Section 6 was our Customer Manager application, where we kind of put everything together. Custom pipe for filtering. We worked with Firebase, so we worked with that API. We also did some advanced routing. Alright, so that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed this series and learned from it, and hopefully you'll start building Angular 2 applications. Alright, thanks.